Hey, what's up, guys? You guys are having a good one. Happy New Year and all that shit. And I need to get a grip on the sleep. Caffeine or fucking sleep apnea or what, man? Oh, fucking horrible when I woke up. I think it was just a staying up. Well, all good. Had a little nap. Got some coffee. Hopefully, we can have a nice little wrap up to this. The goal today is to jump through the last 30 or so. Let me go ahead and link the list in case people want to maybe look through it just for discussion's sake. Just to kind of, there was something you wanted to talk a little heavier about. We had some good combos yesterday. These are ones we can do, but I'll talk about anything. So, can look through the normal list, or we can talk about shit unplayed. Or if you just want something, you have something to say about the industry, or anything else, movies, whatever. Preferably not politics. Done enough of that. Yeah, so it'd be a fun little thing. We can look real quick over the current list. I'd say the only thing that's been a little off is really I feel like I need to make somebody called it yesterday an list. Not really stuff that fits the worst category. But not stuff that shares mediocre with some stuff that's like closer to good. I feel like there's this year especially has had a range in the mediocre for me, and mediocre is just anything that didn't get anywhere else. Right? Tactics Ogre Reborn would be mediocre, but Tactics Ogre Reborn is way better than like Haunty, and Haunty is mediocre too. So I feel like there's an extra degree of separation I could do. I mean, I fully explain it on the stream and give it context and reasoning, and it's really more about the good stuff and the stuff I really didn't like. Some of these are hot take, like Prince of Persia, but I just didn't enjoy my time. So, burn down your kitchen in The Sims. Yeah, I was watching Trina do a little Sims. You playing 4, right? Father Winter. Does he burns in The Sims? Thought he was a man of the cold. Yeah, this is a current list. He just fucks around in your home for a day. But yeah, I linked it, so we'll look back over it. So we're done here. We're on 108, which is 107. We'll end at 141. Not too much. We'll probably go past my new year. That's okay. I don't really care too much. Yeah, I'll check the mail or something after this, see if we get the Cuphead thing. If not, probably just do some UFO 50 again today. Or if I'm feeling really energetic, maybe we'll go ahead and get started on the gifted shit with Grim Dawn. But or maybe I'll just relax the rest of the day. I don't know. Anyways, well, let's go ahead and get into it, right? With everybody's game of the year, Astrobot. In a way, I find it not shocking, surprising, at least in the journalist sphere, that this game is it's creamed as much as it does. It's a 3D platformer here that makes liberal use of Sony branding and IP, along with some other stuff that was just kind of on Sony systems. Very heavy on nostalgia wank and references. It's got a lot of charm, a lot of passion in it for sure. Nice little bit of variety. And it kind of falls in an interesting place, I feel like, nowadays, which is kind of, I feel like, why it's regarded as so good. And that there's really not mainstream 3D platformers. Other than Mario, you had a death knell for like Crash and some remasters for Spyro, but I think really if you don't dig into indies too much, this is a drop of water in the desert for a lot of people. Something charming, something goofy fun, something you don't see very often in the AAA world. I respect that element, that it has a level of technical polish and budget. I do think it's a very where it kind of stands out for me in the world of 3D platformers is that it has a lot of budget. If you've been here a while, you know that that doesn't mean a whole lot to me, though. I care more about execution and all the other stuff than just raw budget. But I mean, there's things that only budget can do, and I think it's a very good-looking game. A very. I just got a text right when I started streaming. Yeah, so it's a weird one. So I think it's good. I think it's a good game. I like it. I don't feel incredibly strong about it, though. I feel like it would be sacrilege to not put this as a best game this year for a lot of your more mainstream outlets and stuff. But it just didn't really get me on that level. And I can explain why. I've done it a million times. One, I think for me, it isn't a drop in the desert. There's a lot of great 3D platformers coming out that really innovate on movement, on just all that kind of tech, that are nostalgia wanking or have some kind of unique, special world and atmosphere, some kind of identity. There's all sorts, all kinds. Maybe not on this level of budget. And it's been a bit since a big Mario one. But it's not non-existent, right? Maybe, hour to hour, maybe there's less variety. But that's not my only issue with Astrobot. Another issue I have is honestly the style of it stuff. I think while it's competently made, very technically sound, very clean art direction, I find it really doesn't have like an identity of its own, like a lot of Scrimblows would. It's pretty, but it's forgettable, boring kind of environments. It's a beach. Okay, that's cool. What is special about an Astrobot beach? It's got a couple little wires running through it, or maybe there's like a robotic turtle or something. It's cool. It's safe in that sense, but it's like if you just were like, I'm going to just make a really cool robot pirate, this game does that, but it's not going to go much beyond that. I find Astrobot really not to have as much an identity of his own. In 20 years, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, that's Astrobot. That's iconic. That's memorable. I'm going to remember Astrobot as my next problem with it. They kind of overly attached to IP almost kind of cynical thing. I don't think the people making this are cynical. I don't think they're anything other than ultra passionate. And I got a lot of respect for them. I'd rather more games like this be getting made. But it's hard to get past the Sony branding. And I think because it is a sequel to a tech demo, it is almost too afraid to kind of distance itself from that tech demo. And the tech demo is whacking off Sony products and Sony IPs a bit. So this game instead, you still get whacking off like consoles and stuff. And this is a full price game, right? For a tech demo, that's fine, right? You know, you're buying a PlayStation. It's sold by Sony. It's a PlayStation thing. This is a full ass game. Having all of that there feels, I don't know, the self-flating I'm not really a big fan of. The references to bazillions of other IPs. I think in the industry nowadays we're extremely overly attached to IPs, and I think it's a problem in movies and stuff too. It can be fine, you know, I like playing like Mario game or something. But I think the level of remakes and reboots and remasters and all that kind of stuff, while there's great stuff that comes from it, and you get opportunities to play stuff that's great because of it, is more of a sign of risk management, of short-term profits, of overpriced bullshit. And so I feel like to kind of be this like everyone's here ultra nostalgia wank as its core identity, because if you don't know Astrobot, you collect hundreds of little bots, and they have like, you know, it's you know, Alucard, or one's like, you know, Ryu or something, or Parappa the Rapper, or Mr. Mosquito. I mean, those ones are kind of neat because those are beyond dead. But it's cute. They're fun. They're well done. They're just a good bit of like entertainment, but it's hard for me to get past the cynical side of it. The Sunny filleting, the attachment to ancient IPs that, quite frankly, are dead. I mean, Sony has very little to do with this, so celebrating all of these dead fucking IPs, you know, maybe it's the best of intentions from the devs themselves, but, you know, I get a whole world for Ape Escape. Ape Escape's been dead for like 20 years. Like, pretty much. It feels like a fucking graveyard. So there's a little bit of a cynicism to it, and more importantly, I feel like that is the identity of this. Is this continuous nostalgia wanking that we have these days, and I think there's a healthy amount of that. But nowadays, I just find it to be a little annoying. I mean, movies and stuff are part of that. It's maybe like a zeitgeist thing. You know, we're gonna have like a movie where all the old actors come back and some dog shit new package that nobody likes, and retread the same shit over and over. So I don't like that. I think, in a nutshell, it's not that big of a deal, and on its own, it's not that big a deal. But in relation to the overall industry, and that Astrobot really doesn't have an identity of his own. I mean, he's kind of lame, right? He's a cute little bot guy, but it's not anything more wild than any other random Scrimblow guy you'd see, right? I mean, he's essentially just a mouthpiece for shilling like Sony stuff. I really hope they do another one, and I hope they can just go buck wild with it. Really add some personality to it. You know, you'll see people shit on some Mario games for not having enough personality. They play it too safe, play it too close to the chest. The Mario RPGs, the newer ones get not trouble, but shit for that. And it's kind of a similar deal here. I want to see them really go wild with it. So I think they're very skilled at visuals. I just want them to get an art direction, to have its own thing. I don't need a God of War world with a dubstep remix of fucking like God of War bullshit, or Horizon world. I you know, I don't really hate Horizon, but it's like, I just don't get much out of that. It can be cool. I like little nods and references and stuff, but when it's the entire identity of the thing, in a time where I feel like over attachment to IP is an issue, and that most of these IPs are dead anyways, though, funny enough. Like it's not like a Capcom where they're bringing back like Onimusha. Like they could do something cool with that, or Okami or something. It's like we're whacking off stuff that Sony has not been a part of for eons, right? So I have a problem with that. Yeah, and that's my next problem. Is I think it's a solid platformer. I find it more of a theme park ride though. I don't think the game feels great. It's very kind of just simple. There's not much tech. There's not much depth. Um, the level design is fun, but it's mostly focused on just hitting you with variety and being kind of like a nice little 9-hour romp. I did 100%. Um, I think that's cool, but if every little piece of that theme park ride doesn't hit, I don't think there's a whole lot else there for you. I don't think depth is a exclusive to the hardcore kind of thing. I'm gonna bring up Mario again because it's a good example. Mario has depth of movement. Mario has depth of mechanics, but it's still made for kids. It still can be played by kids. How it does that is, you know, there's like freestyle. There's like make your own challenge. There's side stuff too that's more challenging, but it's like I can move through a level in a particular way and have a mastery of mechanics, and it can be a lot of fun. Or I could just jump normal and stuff like that. There's no extra depth. It's side challenges. There's a few that you'll die for a half hour or something on like the finale, but it's pretty simple at the end of the day. I don't mind like a simple laid back game by all means, like a theme park ride, but I don't think the theme park ride is so good. Like I said, there's not enough identity for me, and I don't think the mix of mechanics, while varied, are like that interesting that it makes up for extremely anemic core gameplay. Um, so I also don't think the fucking music's very good. I actually find it kind of annoying. The I'm Astrobot, Asplowbot, um, really, a lot of it sounds like stuff that literally just came from the tech demo. Like the SSD song and stuff. I don't know. I guess when I see like some Megacorp these days, I get kind of, and how things are, I kind of get not super pumped to whack off like a product. And so when I see like a song that's literally whacking off a product, it's like propaganda, man. Like, so those kinds of songs, I think, maybe they're competently made. I don't know. I find some of them actually just kind of annoying, regardless of the cynicism. Um, Not a bad soundtrack or anything, but I don't know. The point is, there's just enough little things and charm and maybe sound and core gameplay, and the cynical look at the industry and stuff that for me, I think it's good. I think it's worth playing. Everybody should play it. It's solid. It's really nice. But I don't find it to be like this fucking holy game from God that came out this year that a lot of people do. And it's no desire to just be fucking contrarian. I just want good games. I don't give a fuck. And I love 3D platformers. It's a shame they're pretty much dead in the mainstream, but I'm just not gonna like lie to myself. And I'm not saying people like this are lying to themselves. I just kind of coming from a different place, I guess, right? Like I play a lot of these still, new ones. They exist. There's certain nostalgia wanking that I find to honestly be more of a problem these days. Even if I like some nostalgia. I think there's a healthy amount of it, but I like the devs. I liked their interview or their acceptance speech at the Game Awards and all that. And I think they could do some really great things. I just want them to be unleashed a bit. I think the game, while creative, is also at the same time kind of safe. So hopefully they can really kick it in the ass next time. I'm excited for the next one for sure. Hopefully it's sold enough to do that. But yeah, I don't know. That's how I feel on it. I don't know. It's like I feel like there's this pressure to put this on best almost, but I just don't feel that fucking strong about it. What's up, Bruce? God, bro. I've heard the new Black Ops actually pretty good. I mean, that's kind of my thing. Is like I feel like a lot more people feel way stronger about this, depending on like how many 3D platformers you even think exist. It was like when the Pseudo Regalia dev posted that funny picture, and I think Pseudo Regalia is a very innovative game on 3D platforming move tech. Um, where it's like this is the first 3D platformer since Mario Galaxy 2. It's like I mean that really is what I feel like it feels like for a lot of like outlets. Um, I just don't find that to be the case. Like there's so many, and I find that the more jacked into the industry you are, honestly, the more cynical some of this looks. But I guess people don't have as much an issue. I have more of an issue with it how it pertains to the identity of the game more than truly nostalgia. Like if I felt like Astrobot had like just this insane charm and identity of its own, I'd be like, all right, man. But it feels so reliant on wanking dead IPs and Sony. It's kind of just. Yeah, I mean, if somebody picks this as their game of the year, dude, I understand. Like it's cool, it's nice, it's refreshing if you don't play a lot of this stuff, and especially in a big budget world. This is there's not many games like this with a budget. Only Mario. So if all you really care about is like high tech, big budget stuff, but I think you should rethink your life. But if that's just like all you care about is how much money something throws at some shit, this is a very rare game. But yeah, I don't know. I played it. I thought it was good. I enjoyed my time with it. 100% of it, and I don't think about it much again outside of these kinds of conversations. It's not something that really stuck with me super hard. Um, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna put it on best. I feel like maybe I should. I mean, I think it's good. I don't know. I just wish it was more fun. I wish it was like I don't know. It's tough because it's really competently made. It just doesn't light any kind of fire in me, man. It doesn't really bring anything super special to the table. It's just like a technically sound theme park, um, linear 3D platformer. Because I mean, you could have like a theme park like Banjo Kazooie, but that's like insanely soulful. There's more exploration and stuff going on. Like this is a little bit more like a linear-ish one, and I don't find like that unique charm to really be there like it would like at the Banjo or something. So. Who owns Crash now? Microsoft? Crash was in this, but there's like an output. But I mean, Microsoft's all about. Um, they're a publisher at this point, so they just put their shit everywhere. Does Microsoft own Spyro as well? That's I thought Activision owned them both. Yeah, no. I mean, I'd really recommend this game. It's a good time, and there's not enough 3D platformers. So for anything, just to kind of rep 3D platformers, and maybe we can push to having more budgets, like lower budget, creative stuff coming out of larger gaming publishers and stuff. I think you're gonna need a bigger push than just me saying it, but yeah, I don't know. It's on the cusp. I feel like I should put it as one of the best, but I just didn't get that fucking pumped for it, man. I find myself bitching about it more than anything, so I don't have like a problem with like AAA or anything. I got like Alan Wake 2 on here. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it. That's it. Yeah, and what's up, Regardless? I don't know if I already said what's up. Have they ever had a mascot? Everybody's always talked about like What should the Sony mascot be? I think for the last 30 years. It's like, when have they ever had anything close to? When has anybody ever had a mascot? Only Nintendo has a mascot. I mean, I guess like like you got like Pac-Man, you know. But like out of the big boys, like what is Master Chief the mascot? He might as well. He's a joke now. There's no Xbox brand. Yeah, I mean, I guess Crash was kind of doing it. I mean, I guess Sega has Sonic. Like there are other mascots, but really, I feel like this. It's almost like a joke when we talk about, what could the Sony mascot be? We're in a time so far past mascots, sadly. Like they take themselves much more seriously now. And I mean, really serious games are great too. I don't mean that's not the case, but the 3D platformer is a relatively dead genre in the mainstream. It thrives in the indies fine enough, but um, and that's kind of where mascots were. And I don't think Sony's ever had really that game that they've kept a fire on and kept it spicy and creative, like with Mario. And um, to really say they ever had anything close to a mascot, like yeah, maybe Crash, Spyro were close, but then they ran them into the ground and then had somebody else take over and just make dog shit, so it killed it. I don't think Sony has a mascot. I don't think they've ever done good enough, like with that kind of IP, and to have a mascot. I'm sure the Sony of America president would like Alloy to be the mascot, but I don't think anybody cares about Horizon. Um, they come out, everybody says they're 10 out of 10, and then you literally never hear about them again, man. No, not literally. I just talk. But yeah, I don't know. So play Astrobot. I wholly recommend it. It is good. I do think it is made with passion. Um, I just find there to be some cynicism, some lack of its own personal, unique uh, identity, like new kinds of like creatures and monsters and locations. It's all the classics, haunted places and beaches and stuff. And I mean that's what a lot of other games do too, but without the gameplay and without like its own little deal going on. So some people would probably really disagree with me on this one. I'm in the minority, I think, on Astrobot not being God's gift to this earth, but I think you should play some more platform. But yeah, it's good, worth playing. And he's off to nostalgia. Anyways, Zwei 2, the Ilvard Insurrection. So, sequel to Zwei 1. This one is also an action RPG, dungeon crawler deal. Not quite as Diablo-y looking and feeling in a way as the first one. A little bit more like a little bit of use in there, not too much, but this one's all 3D, not sprite based, so yeah, get them. Yeah, this one was really good. I like this one. Solid, fun little over the top shonen story. Goofy VA and all that. Very just charming little dungeon crawler game. Fun little actions, good bit of variety. Nice island in the sky kind of aesthetics and setting. Yeah, really. Otherwise, you just kind of you coming back to the ARPG thing. You still kind of get the dungeons that you go through in like different orders with similar tile sets and stuff. They just have a little bit better level design and boss variety than the first game. It's pretty much just the first game, but everything's done better. It's fun to read the dialogue. It's not like a great story, but it's like a fun story. It's just goofy antics and extreme shonen melodrama bullshit. Yeah, it's a good time. Probably ultra cheap right now. Enjoyable. Good. I don't know if I exploded with jizz. Maybe for this guy. Um, it's close. I don't know if I'd put it as a best. I liked it pretty well, though. I think at times maybe it's the goofy shonen stuff. Melodrama is almost like too much. Almost to the point it's not even funny sometimes. Um, and it's not like the most wild depth of gameplay. It doesn't have the raw momentum of like Ys or like any kind of deep systems, but really it's just clean. I don't know. Maybe I will put it on a best. I think if you like Falcom, it's worth giving a. I'll put it on there. I think it scrapes in. I don't think I feel like that fucking hardcore about Spy 2. But I do like it quite a bit. It's way better than the first one. Huge step up. I didn't put that as a good game. Which one? What is it called? But yeah, I mean, this isn't a super granular list, right? Like, I'm not tier listing it with like 20 categories. Like, I think Side 2 is much better than like Steins Gate, I guess. So it's like totally different. Like, but I mean, they can exist in the same spot. I don't know. I kind of don't want to put it on best. But is it just ill with one L? Yeah. Nice 20-30 something hour game. If you like action RPGs, it's a must play for sure. It's fun. You don't have to play the first one. There's some characters that return and little references, but it's no biggie. Um, yeah, I wouldn't. It's not like locked in there super duper hard, and we'll recheck over everything later. I don't want to like overdo some of these, but it doesn't hurt to have a good game in the best category, even if it's not like eye-wateringly amazing for me. It deserves it enough. Better Nice 10. Anyways, Roller Drome. I really like this one. This will be the best category. Uh, this one fucked pretty hard. It is a very simple game, very short game, although you can play like a hard mode. Second loop, essentially. Um, where you are in this like 70s, the 60s, 70s aesthetic thing where you're on roller skates and you're just killing dudes. I think kind of like a Running Man. Nobody probably knows Running Man. um, Squid Game. Skates and it's Tony Hawk with guns, I guess you could say. Um, yeah, it's really good. It's not super long. I don't know if it's still on Game Pass or anything, but I think this team might be like dead now. But a nice sounding game. It's cute little first person exploration sections in between some of these. It's not really a wild story. Um, Kind of this dystopian thing where you're just, what is this? What are these recommended? They're all in Spanish. Oh, they choose their own, I guess. I think they. God, how long do they leave their own like recommended list up? I was like, wow. Because I recently cleared my YouTube history and I didn't realize it made it so. it didn't keep my like I could turn off the Google tracking stuff, and I didn't realize it like wiped every little bit of like history on YouTube, like um, your place in videos and recommended and all that kind of shit. So I kind of turned just that bit back on because it's nice to be able to click on a video, then go to somewhere else, and then come back to that part. And the recommended has been wild, but that wasn't what that was. So, but yeah, it's just a lot of fun. Really cool gameplay. You do tricks to get ammo. You kind of have slow mo, different weapons, and dudes that you need different weapons to beat up. It's got the Tony Hawk shit where you'll collect the letters and get certain scores and stuff. It's a sweaty game. You will sweat playing this game. It's not like an easy game, especially to be optimal. They don't require too many wild like trick combos and stuff. There's a few like specific requirements, but usually it's just about variety, um, survival, and kind of. You don't have to aim super crazy. If anything, I'd actually recommend a controller. So it's mostly about kind of auto aim and moving around and juking things than it is like popping heads. There's a little bit of that maybe. So I mean, maybe mouse and keyboard might do it, but yeah, simple game, but effective. Nice style, really fun. Um, Give it a go. Is this 1-star Yelp review because the peppered fries were too peppery and I burned my tongue on the sandwich? Some people can't take responsibility for anything, man. If something's too hot, don't put your fucking shit on it, man. Test it out. What if somebody just like, oh, and they just take a cartoonishly large bite and then they're just stuck with it in their mouth? Too peppered. I've never had peppered fries. Maybe they just thought it was fries with pepper on them. Take the fry and give it a couple of those on the side, man. Yeah. Like they're supposed to be like, yeah, juiced up on pepper. Every time I make a DiGiorno pizza, I make a lot of DiGiorno pizzas. I've probably burned my mouth a couple times. But I take that risk going in. I don't blame the DiGiorno pizza. Oh, really? Do you just have that shit like immediately after? I think by the time I get it into my room, it's cooled a little bit. So I really recommend Roller Drum. That one I feel like kind of went under the radar for a lot of people. It's a pretty great game, cool idea. It feels really great. Um, you could beat it in an evening. It's very cool. Next up, Tales from Toyotoki VN. I was really excited to try this one because it looked very comfy. I think it reviewed pretty well. I like me a nice little emotional, comfy seaside, small town kind of story. It's pure shit, sadly. I thought it was pretty horrible. What did I give this on the VN tier list? Give me a sec. The only place where I actually get like ultra granular is like tier lists and then VN ones. I gave it a 5. I guess it's not ultra low. Um, God, I've read some really bad VNs. I put Spirit Hunter 3 as one of the worst I played this year, and it's like high 4, almost 5. I rate things on that list very relative. Like the power gaps and the amount of dog shit and how low you can go. You know, this will look like a 5, even though I think it's shit. I mean, it's not completely shit. So, it's a story about a guy who looks like a 10-year-old um, who essentially been abandoned by his family. He goes to live with his grandpa on this island. His grandpa's not really there. His grandpa's a cool guy though, but he's not really there. I don't think I ever meet the motherfucker, man. Spoilers, I guess. Um, and while he's there, he finds out, these people are the people on this island are very religious, very traditional, and very questioning of outsiders. While he's living in a makeshift tent in the woods, he meets this other chick, and they end up living together in that grandpa's house, and it's kind of about their relationship as they kind of develop it. It is a romance. And how they slot into this culture. And then there's also a bunch of crazy fantasy isekai, fucking like ultra evil fucking cult bullshit going on. That's a little extra. Little mind dungeons and stuff. But at its core, it's a romance between these two with a pretty poorly paced supporting cast story. I would say 2/3 of this is actually not about them. If anything, he's like cucking this chick sometimes. It's like this bizarre NTR story. I fucking hate. I don't even think they mean it to be that way because it's not really how it ends up. I mean, I'm just gonna put on spoilers. I mean, whatever. I don't have a whole lot of love for this, so I'm kind of like pseudo spoiling it, but it's kind of hard to talk about a VN when you're trying to talk about the problems without kind of spoiling some of it. I mean, you can, but I don't care enough on this one. So yeah, it's a little romance. I like the romance stuff. I think sometimes their chemistry is pretty good. She's very like a physical, like, used to a more hard world with like slavery, and she, has like the ability to use magic. That's why it's Hale's Arrival of the Witch or whatever. So it's about her using magic and how she'd use force to get what she needs sometimes, and how he's kind of more of like a talker, but he's kind of got like a rough history, I suppose, family life. And so it's kind of ripe, really, for this interesting chemistry between two very different peoples. And I really wish it was more focused on that. It gets a little too much into big jump in the shark, like demonic isekai bullshit. Too much into the culture of these like ultra traditionalists. And really too much into these fucking side characters. Some of them are okay, but one's like the office lady and stuff. It just like, I didn't need this. They're not interesting. I don't sympathize with them. They seem like pieces of shit a lot of the time. I don't know if like the writer really knows what the goal is there. Like, it makes the main character look like a two-timing like cuck NTR guy. But I'm supposed to still be like all in on this other romance. And it's like usually too focused on those characters. There's a couple arcs that are really good. And they're all in the house together. They bring all the characters together. This guy, he's really fun. And they just bounce off each other. There's just chemistry with every character. There's this kind of like, she said, he said kind of thing going on where, they're trying to cinch the romance for their friends and stuff. And they're in there and like, there's like a tsunami outside. So everybody's kind of inside just fooling around. And it's like a cool feel that you have like nice, wholesome moments, cool buildup of romance. But it's just few and far between. And I feel like the general dialogue and the feel, it's not like stilted and fucked or anything, but it could be a little spicier, right? It doesn't feel as just ultra natural, feels super great. I feel like they try to give these characters like trauma and stuff, and some of them it gets dealt with, some of them not with the grace I'd like, but usually not with the depth I'd like either on any of them. I feel like some of that's left at the door. His shit, they kind of explain it a bit. He's got this like almost like a Tomei cartoonish thing, affliction, where like, you know, if he starts feeling any heightened emotions for someone, he like blacks out and goes like blind. I felt like I was reading a fucking Atome where the chick couldn't touch anything because she'd like melt their hands or something. It's like, it's a little, and it's all because of like trauma or something. I mean, you know, that's a thing, but I don't think they handle that with the grace and care I'd like, the nuance. So it's, I really think that, yeah, and I mean, that's the way I got into it. I was like, wow, I really like the art style. It reminds me of a lot of these like kind of comfy B-side small town anime, you know, like a non-Biori, maybe not exactly that art style, but that kind of like I'm gonna get maybe like a feel like that, right? Maybe with some melancholic like drama, romance, or something. But really, I think it jumps the shark a little bit in trying to up the stakes, and then it's too meandering and paced too poorly. I think really you could cut this fucker in half, hyper focus on this romance over time, and maybe if you're gonna do the isekai thing, I think that's cool. I think it makes for an interesting origin for her and stuff, but I don't over focus on that aspect, right? Like, I mean, it is chiefly focused on the romance, but it doesn't feel like it. You just know that's the intent. They kind of bungle it a little. So I don't know. This is like an egg category game. I think worst. I kind of want to put it in worst. I really don't think it's very good, but I did give it a 5 on my VN tier list. That's like on the cusp of like pure shit. It's more just like, this is bad, but you know, I've seen the devil. This is like, you know, this is his lackey, right? This is like an imp. You know, the devil's like, you know, fucking World's End Club or something, right? Shit like that. The Sound of Drop, you know, Pokemon Detective 2. You know, this is like I put it higher than bottom. The thing that saved it for me is I do think when it is hitting good, and it tends to kind of end better than like some of its worst aspects, I do find the romance endearing. I do like it. I just wish that was like more focused. So I'm gonna leave it. I don't think this game's mediocre. I think it's kind of bad, but I don't have an ugh category this year, and I don't know if I want to spend the time to set one up. I feel like I should make an ugh category. I need more categories. It's more about the good ones and then the truly bad ones. But anyways, next game, next guy. Yeah, I mean it's I don't know. Klutzy read it as well. I don't remember what his thoughts were. I don't think his thoughts were terribly different from mine. Maybe a little less shitty about it, but I don't think we were in love with it. And Klutzy's a big romance slice of life, guys. He's probably the authority on that shit. Better off getting some recommendations from him. He'd tell you Little Busters. I think that would be his. That's the one. That's the one he recommends me. I'm playing it. Anyways, Clone Drone in the Danger Zone. This game looks like absolute cheap 5-year-old trash. And frankly, at times with the jokes and the audio, it is. But It's got pretty cool combat actually, and the voxel stuff, while looking like dog shit, is actually pretty legit. And how it handles slice and dicing, um, kicking and impacts, and taking like arrow damage and shit. This is, I would say, mostly a multiplayer, probably focused game, like an arena thing. Man, I don't know actually. Co-op, single player. I mean, the single player takes like 2-3 hours, but there is like a fair bit of. I didn't put on the loop somehow. Well, yeah, there's. I actually don't know what I would say the focus is. I don't think as a single player, it's fun, it's goofy, it's over the top. Um, it's not like well written or anything. It's almost just a shit post, but there's enough variety of weapons, of upgrades, of little set pieces. There's even an attempt at like space combat, which isn't very fun, but um, there's some drawn out sections where you're walking out in space a little too much. And like I said, the comedy and stuff is extremely like it might even be a little too goofy for like a 5-year-old, but it's a good time. I don't know if I'd go out and say it's just a good game. Maybe. It really is just the combat, and there's not a shitload of that. I mean, you can grind out that multiplayer and like co-op and stuff and upgrade new things. I mean, there's definitely a lot of game time if you want it to be, but as a campaign run through, um, if you get it cheap, it's a nice, fun, think kind of like Chivalry, where it's very like mouse based, very movement based, right? Like you're gonna swing left and right or up and down or dash in and cut some dude up, and it feels very satisfying. Um, maybe I'll put it as good. I've been loose enough with somebody. I'll put it as good. I don't think it's like really good. I think honestly, some of the presentation and length and depth, and that it still kind of runs its course even in some of the small campaign is kind of damning. But um, man, that voxel cutting and high skill um, aiming and arena stuff, it's a good time. Like you can charge in with your sword out like you're some anime dude, and if as long as you're getting under the hitbox for the swords or something, you'll cut them in half, and it just kind of feels good. It's solid, and the voxel shit works with it. The other weapons have their use. They're exciting. Um, but yeah, it's a little. It's not amazing all around though, so worth giving a go. It's fun, and that's all it's trying to. Ugly. This is a puzzle platformer. I think the Team Ugly. I don't remember what their thing is. So this one, the gimmick is, and I wouldn't say this is like a Limbo like or anything. This is an actual like puzzle platformer, more focused on puzzle rooms. I mean, it has a story and it is a big part of it, but it's not really like a walking sim type thing. Like I really like Limbo, but I would consider Limbo like inside like a pseudo walking sim, like as far as especially inside as far as like 2D puzzle platformers go. This is a bit more on the puzzle side. It has a very stark, very distinct story. It is very much there, but it's not like everything. So the big gimmick in this one is that you place a mirror shard or something in a certain place, and it will create a reflection of you, equal distance from where you are and all that. That'll move with you around the room, and then you could like warp to it and like play with gravity, so you can like start one and then flip back and forth, and you'll pick up speed. And It's actually pretty cool. I thought this was a good game. It starts out and your character looks kind of goofy, um, and you're like, oh, this mechanic, like it's gonna be kind of like tedious, but it's just long enough. It mixes things up with new like usages of the mechanic or new depth you discover of them, with extremely dense backgrounds and areas and stuff. It's pretty much just a unique art style because of it. As you can kind of see it here, where there's just a lot going on in each place. Some of that's environmental storytelling to kind of explain like who you are and what the story is and all that. And all the collectibles are kind of like this is a collectible, are kind of for that as well. You could kind of figure out the story and the twist within like 5 minutes, like especially if you explore a little bit in the hub area. But seeing it all kind of go down and sort of this pretty dark, but not like I wouldn't say it's like a sensational like whoa, I can't show you mama that game kind of dark, but very dark little charming I guess game with a cute little puzzle mechanic. I think if it was much longer, I wouldn't like it as much. This game does have like multiple ends, like you finish and then you finish and then you finish kind of game. So, and then that last finish is going to it's going to be a lot more difficult. A couple times it'll be sort of like a stump, but more so just like this looks like a pain in the ass than anything. I would say its bonus difficult puzzles really aren't its best foot forward. Like I said, it gets a little bit into the tedium, but it's cool exploring this mechanic. It's different. If you play a lot of puzzle games, I would recommend it. Um, it's worth the run through. Take a day. Take it last probably. I don't think my playthrough was super long. Um, if you don't play a shitload of puzzle games, it might not be my first recommendation. I don't think it's like top of its class or anything, but I think it's a really good time still. So definitely play it if you like puzzle platformers and unique mechanics. Holy shit, Escape Simulator. Wowee. Escape Simulator. The hell, that's not what my character looks like. Where's my Piccolo colors? Yeah, so I played this co-op with Godo. We still play it. We do some of the fan stuff. They've got different DLCs, which we played the free DLCs. Honestly, the actual DLCs are a little too expensive for what's probably gonna take like an hour. Yeah, maybe when those go on sale a little bit more, we'll do it. I've heard they're not like amazing anyways, but yeah, Escape Simulator is exactly what it looks like. It's a escape room, a series of escape rooms, and kind of a bubbly little happy style. Um, you go to a lot of different locations. Each room has a lot of little collectibles you can find if you want. A time challenge, which I mean, doesn't really mean much once you solve it once, but yeah, it's a cool co-op time. Really cool fan rooms and stuff like that. There's obviously some limitations there in the fan rooms with the probably amount of tech you can bring into this. The second one got announced. It's a little bit more like high detail. They're going for less of like a um, kind of comic style and more of a uh, hyper realistic kind of look to them. So that'll be interesting. We'll see if they upgrade the fan tools and all that. Jesus Christ. I don't know. That character has some cheeks, man. What the hell? Whatever. Our characters are always in lab coats. That's fucking, what do they call it? Some cake, man. But yeah, I think it's a really good time. I don't think it's like the height of what a escape room game could be. I don't think there's like a crazy usage of like like different mechanics or like complicated like multi-room kind of machinery things, right? Or anything terribly cryptic. I mean, it tends to be very like you're at a place, you solve the puzzle, maybe you go grab some stuff and bring it to another thing. Each zone will kind of have sort of different like, mechanics. It's usually a bit more aesthetic. Really good time. I enjoy it. I don't think it's. I think there's a potential there, for sure. And I've played a couple other escape room games like Escape Academy, where they'll be a little bit more ballsy, not great or anything, but I think it's small room focus. Um, while it's very true to an escape room, um, sometimes you kind of want it to get a little more ballsy. There's certain ones like with the ocean level and stuff where it's all larger, a little bit more creative. I mean, it can be maybe too much because it's like almost pixel hunting, but um, you know, I think also it'd be really cool to have rooms specifically made for co-op. A lot of time you just kind of like go solve something, they solve something. But it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy playing it with little Goaty. I almost want to put it on best, but I guess I think there's a little bit of potential there. That's not quite there. Um, at the end of the day, an escape room is kind of like a mist, like that kind of thing. And I do think there are first person puzzly things that go a little harder. Um, I also think there's probably some kind of narrative framing, the death and all that. You can have some fun with that. It tends to be pretty just kind of like chill. But I like it. I don't know. I think it's really good. It's on the fringe of being on best for sure. So I'm looking forward to playing some more. We will. We just got to find some more good fan mods, man. There's some creative ones. I definitely feel like it's been updated a few times though, because there's some sound issues on some of those and some bugginess and the funny thumbnail stretches and all that. But hopefully with the next one they go maybe some more difficulty, more mixed mechanics. Um, I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, I bet there are. Like I said, I don't think it's a problem with the game. I really like this game. But it would definitely be cool to see that. Like for me, all it is more a a potential. That's why I don't put it on the best more than any problem I have with it. I just think it could go on. It could be on another level for sure. So, um, but I really like it for what it is. I don't know. I almost want to put it on best. I have a really good time with it, but we'll leave it on good. It's up there. Sure. Like I like it better than like Ugly and Clone Drone. This isn't like a final like standing kind of list. It's just kind of general. Yeah, I'm really excited for their second one though. Should be cool. Balatro, the indie darling of the year. um, yeah, I really liked Balatro. I didn't get addicted to it like most people do. Frankly, I just have too much to play. But it's incredibly clean. A really cool idea. Um, very fun to kind of unlock more stuff and build up your hands and get some crazy combos. And there's a lot of depth there that it kind of uses like normal cards. Kind of gives it a bit of a fun little style because it completely just bastardizes it all. But it still uses it, right? Like there are poker hands. Enough that random countries are banning this game for gambling, which doesn't make any sense. It's pretty much has nothing to do with gambling, but it just uses the moniker of it. Me and Goto played. We were here, the original one. We were looking, me and him, to do the rest of them. We're just waiting for good sales and stuff, which actually, how much are those right now? I liked the first one, but I liked it because I was playing with Goto and I don't play too many of those kinds of games. So, and the We Were Here series is $17, right? We Were Here 2 is $2. We Were Here Together is $5. We Were Here Forever is $9. These look cool, man. They look like they really went crazy. And then there's also We Were Here Expeditions, their newest one. A Friendship. Although this one looks iffy. But it still looks cool. I think it's made by somebody else. No, it's the same people. Might be going for more of a kid style. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, the problem is like if I bought it, I'd have to. But I would have to get it too. Or I'd have to gift. Because we already said we'd play it. It's a pretty good sale, but I don't have to think about it. Really, I wish there was a bundle that didn't have the newest one, even though it's only $4. Yeah, We Were Here Forever. It seems like it's probably got some length. Man, that's like a full ass game. People got like 10, 20 hours on this shit. This review. This game is good. Not great, only good. And then gives it a thumbs down. Very cool review, dude. Maybe learn how to speak the Queen's English where you write another fucking word. All right. Yeah, we played the free one. It was good. It was fun. Cool to do. Cool to do that one. Oh, we'll look into it. I don't know if me or Godo is ready to drop $16 right now. Maybe. But yeah, Blatro. Yeah, it's just a really tightly designed, fun little roguelike deck builder. Looks nice. It's clean. I like the music. I mean, you wouldn't listen to the music nonstop, but strong. Made by one guy, cool guy. I don't know. I'll put it as a best. I didn't get addicted to it like wild. I think I only have 13, 14 hours in it. But really, I've barely done anything. But I think it's a well done game that any deck build fan play. Not like super pricey or anything. Just clean, it's well done. You kind of need to play it. Um, there's not much of a story or aesthetic kind of like progression to it. I mean, what you see right in this trailer is how it's going to be forever. You will get a lot of unlocks and stuff, but it is clean for sure. I don't think I exploded about it like I maybe expected to, but I thoroughly think it's a good game. Let me head up. I'm gonna Yeah, I don't think there's more escape simming to do and all that. Maybe in the future. They seem cool. All right, so Deadlock. This isn't obviously fully released. It's not out officially. I mean, you can get into it. This is Valve's new. Oh wait, I still got the spoiler tag. I mean, I'm not really spoiling too much. Um, this is Valve. You're not spoiling Valve Balatro or Escape Simulator, so. I mean, I guess you could spoil Ugly, but yeah. So this is Valve's new MOBA. It's made by the Dota people. Ice Frog is the name. I don't remember exactly the director. Um, and pretty much what it is just a third-person shooter Dota. It's already infested with sweaty bullshit, but really, I had a good time with it when playing with buddies. I liked the verticality. I like that some of the different team members had a bit more creative. Sometimes, not probably to the level I'd really like, but kits. There's a little bit more going on than just dumping damage, right? Somebody who can just fly around and maybe pick up teammates. Creative stuff like that. I don't think it's maybe to the level I'd really like, um, but it's fun enough. The cool mixture of high speed MOBA stuff and team fights and different champions, but the third person kind of twist is neat. I think at times it's a little too Dota 2 for me. I get they're not going to want to be too risky on that. Um, it's not really outside of its genre mix, like ultra creative. Um, it's still the same minion shooting. It's still the same economy. It's still the same types of builds. It's still the same mid shops. It's still the same bosses in the middle of the fucking map. Um, this is not like an evolution of like the core MOBA formula. It's applying another genre skin on top of a MOBA. Um, but I had fun with it. I mean, it's got like an extra lane, I guess. But it was a good time. I wasn't like dying to come back after a bit, but really, we played a good like 10, 20 hours, and it's like, I had fun with the fellas. Um, and then I was like, you know what? We'll just wait for this to come out officially, see what's happening then. I don't think this game's player count's been like busting ass. I think it's been dying. It isn't done, but I think part of that and part of one of the things I don't like is I think it's kind of an ugly game. It runs well, but I really don't find myself too excited by the character design or the world. It's very just gray and fucking kind of boring. Most of the characters are butt ugly and really not that interesting, like silhouettes or personalities. There's a few that look cool, like the guy who's like the demon guy with the guns, and he's got like the vest and stuff, and a few others. But this game went through apparently like a huge art style change, because you can look at some of the leaked shit in the files, and it feels kind of like that. Like it's kind of just changed all of a sudden. It doesn't feel like there's like this hyper vision for what this game is supposed to look like. I hope they can really get that figured out. I hope there's more maps. I would hate to just play on this kind of like dull grayish map the whole time. I mean, the style is it's supposed to be like an old like 1940s ish, like mixed with the occult thing, and so you're like fighting like in an old like like a mobster type of city or something. Something a bit more noir, I guess. But yeah, the simple art style. We part of that just all movies are cancer. I mean, I definitely have very little desire to play the average MOBA these days. And I do think MOBA communities and how they are with esports and sweaties and stuff. I mean, don't I like a nice bit of competition and working together and stuff, but um, they There's just enough outside of your control in MOBAs that I think it brings like the max amount of like sweaty community. Something like a fighting game, you can only blame yourself, right? But in these, it's there's an easy cope, but you also need to co-op. But it's all over the place on that front. But yeah. So I had fun with it. I'm probably just gonna leave it where it is for now. I thought about putting it as good. Like I had fun, but a lot of it was like that I was playing with Ripper and Cactus and shit, and the co-op thing. I think visually it's got a ways to go. I like the combo. Um, I kind of hope there's more maps and they find some way to maybe evolve the MOBA beyond just you put CS in our Dota. I think Dota kind of had some of that problem too. Is I'm not really wild about a lot of the designs and stuff. They definitely look better than these, but it's definitely no Concord. Right, this is a step above that. Dead slop. Yeah, so I almost want to put it as good, but I think there's a lot that needs to change. And like I said, it's a cool genre mix, but there's some innovation there I'd like to see. And like I said, I think the game I would like a cleaner, a better looking art style too. But a new map would probably be enough there. So. But it's a good time. I think community will probably end up making this game like a shit show in the long run. It's okay, but has issues, which is why it doesn't have in player retention. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I also feel like maybe they did this early access thing a little too early. Maybe it'll have like a big resurgence, but there's really not enough. Like at this point, like a one map MOBA is kind of stupid. Like if you're gonna bring something new to the table, let's really kick it in the ass. I think other than the 3D verticality and stuff, like the third person shooting, it's pretty stock MOBA. There's some creative like abilities and stuff, but I want to see something really pushing it a bit, right? I don't care about esports. I don't care about balance. Like, I mean, I do, but I was like, I want it to be fun before everything. Um, and I also feel like it's kind of like I said, boring visually. I think it kind of hurts it in the long run. You want something that's going to stick with people in the long term. Um, and I just don't think these characters are it. You see people trying to do it, like trying to make the gargoyle chick like some sex thing, and I just don't think it. I don't think any of it's happening, man. Any of it's got teeth. Um, there's a few characters who like look cool or fun, but yeah, hopefully they can get those issues ironed out. This is super pre-release. It's probably gonna visually change a lot. There's probably gonna be way more content. I'm sure we'll get to see what the microtransaction system's like. I imagine it'll be loot boxes and stuff similar to Dota. Um, maybe a little more than that. I'd imagine you'd want to be a bit more aggressive with the fresh game, but I will definitely try it again if Cactus and folks are playing it. But as it is right now, I would recommend it if you just want to play like 10 to 20 hours of a little bit of a MOBA and you haven't in a while. But I don't think you're going to be playing this a long time. I'm going to leave it where it is for now. I don't think it's like God. Boom. El Paso elsewhere. So El Paso elsewhere is a pain like it's Max Payne inspired game about a cult. I think he was. I don't think he's a detective. He's like an occult investigator kind of guy who has a relationship with a like a vampire, chick vampire who's like a giga vampire. He's just insane, yeah. um, so it plays very much like Max Payne, but worse, I would say. It's I like just it's kind of fun on a controller in a weird way because you're a little bit more methodical and slower because you can't like snap. So it kind of has this like non-stop movement kind of flow feel to it. I don't think it's the strongest part of its gameplay. I think one of the big issues with the gameplay is in Max Payne you could only activate slow mo by diving, and the level design and the characters and all that were kind of geared towards that. And this you could just turn on slow mo whenever. You also have a dodge roll that's completely separate from the slow mo jump. And it makes it so that when you want to do, like, you don't have to do stunts and all that kind of stuff to like um, kind of get these advantages, like any kind of aggression or like usage of the level design with like jumps and stuff to kind of to gain any advantage. It's like you just kind of turn on the slow mo real quick, shoot a guy, and then turn it off. And if somebody's gonna close you dodge roll or just stake them, it's still fun. I still like just going through these mazes and shooting dudes and swapping my guns out depending on which one has high ammo. You got plenty of ammo, but I think it does a cool thing with the level design visually, in that I don't think the levels are terribly interesting visually. There's some variety there, but it overstays its welcome by the end of it. But the waypointing, so you can see where different civilians are you need to save, and Cactus's anime one. Oh, with the anime girl? I've played it on off stream. Just run around a little bit. Or do you mean the one he's actually playing, not making? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'll play it. It's interesting. Seems neat. I'm curious how many people will still be playing it by the time I get out of the gifted games month. I'm kind of focused on that right now. Neat idea for sure. Super Mario waifus, man. It's probably better than what Deadlock is right now. But so I kind of like in El Paso Elsewhere where it's like you can see these kind of shines of light from over the top of the maze because it's like there's no ceiling, so it's kind of like a void. Well, sometimes there is, but pretty rarely. Um, but yeah, I think the story's neat. There's a couple corny segments. I think the voice actor is pretty good. Sometimes it's a little off. It's definitely trying to be extremely stylish and kind of noir and all that. And I think for the most part, it succeeds. I think the story, at times you'll be like, I don't know how into this I am, but by the end of it, you kind of get into his like little abusive relationship where he's getting abused. And kind of his kind of nuanced thoughts on um, the Stockholm syndrome and why he's doing what he's doing. He's kind of essentially going through this like weird abyss on his way in the supernatural abyss to try to get to his girlfriend who's trying to end, I guess, the world. So it kind of looks into like her and her kind of trying to like cope or not cope, but kind of like justify being like a kind of bitch, but also kind of his thoughts and his Stockholm syndrome. And it's kind of a cute little, I guess you could say, almost more realistic look into like a relationship sort of. To the tune of a little shittier Max Payne, little third person shooter. It's good. I don't think it's great. I like it. I think it's worth playing if you've played Max Payne, but I would say it's not as fun of a game And the story, it's really gonna just depend. I think it's a little long-winded. More so in the gameplay. I think you're ready to be done after like 5 or 6 hours, and then there's like a few more. And at that point, the level design of the enemies aren't really going to be all that different. But it's a cool game. These people make a lot of stuff. They had made that I Am Beasts or whatever. I Am Mr. Beast. Like in game this year. I think they their games are like cheap enough. I Am Your Beast, where they put out a lot of games pretty often. But that one's supposed to be really awesome. I definitely recommend playing this game. Probably mouse and keyboard, but I didn't mind on controller. And usually I would hate a shooter on controllers. Yeah, I did the click holding one. I don't know what Life Eater is. They make a lot of games. They put out like 2, 3, 4 a year. I mean, technically El Paso Elsewhere is like a sequel, I guess. There's like El Paso Nightmare. There's like a first person one. I don't think people love that one. Yeah, I guess some people kind of consider it more of like a demo almost. Oh yeah, I forgot they did Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. That game was cool. Got a few other things I'd like to play. Yeah, so yeah, I'd recommend it. It's cool. Give it a play, but it's not gonna set your world on fire. Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. No such thing as a bad Zelda game, right, guys? Definitely no such thing as a bad Zelda game. Never heard of one. Jokes aside, Zelda's usually got a pretty high bar. There's not too many dog shit Zelda games. Luckily, this is one that does suck. So, always something unique out there for everyone. Well, maybe suck's not the best word for it. Yeah, so I mean, it's Zelda, but with a twist. You actually play as Zelda. Second game I can think of where you do that. It is the best word for it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll put it as the worst. I didn't hate it as much as like Phantom Hourglass, but I don't think I'm gonna talk good on it. So it's a game where you can summon not any object, a shitload of objects and a shitload of monsters. And it kind of likens itself as this like pseudo immersive sim for like 6-month-old people. And otherwise, it's just kind of your typical Zelda game open world with Link to the Past bullshit attached to it. It's really boring. I don't really like it a whole lot. It's Grezzo. Grezzo sucks. This game is trying to be clever, but so much of its interactions with its summons are just so fucking dry. And there's so many ways to just like insta solve this game that there's very little reason because of how bad the UI is to experiment. I just don't think the world is reactive enough to like um, the plethora of abilities you have, and I don't think they're easy enough to mix and match on the fly because of bad hotkeys and bad UI to really ever want to give a fuck. I personally think the fucking toy style sucks dicks. It looks fucking really cheap and soulless. Zelda doesn't even have like an expression on her face. It was cool for one remake. It did not need to be here. It gives the game a very like sterile vibe. And so when you're running around and the gameplay is really dry, and that's supposed to be the big appeal, but then also all the charm is like sucked out of it. The music's not interesting either. Um, it's like there's really nothing left. Like there's no story or anything like that. I got about 100%. I think maybe full 100%. There might have been like one. No, I think I 100% in it. 20 something hours. It's really just a mediocre to bad Zelda game. I think I put it at the bottom, or not all the way at the bottom, pretty low on the tier list for Zelda. So I don't think it's like abhorrent. It's not like pure trash. If you really like Zelda and you've played like all of them, give it a go. If you really like your Zelda game looking like it was made in a plastic factory, well, then there you go. Yeah, I don't know. I think the summoning gameplay is like too hands off, and the world is just not reactive enough to any kind of cleverness to really keep it spicy. So, wouldn't recommend it. Did have my brief Balatro addiction finish the game. Yeah, I gave it like 13, 14, 15 hours. Um, I almost didn't want to put it as best, but I do think it's objectively like a really well done game. I just didn't get addicted to it. I don't think the goals and like any kind of like, I wouldn't say like meta narrative or anything, but like I feel like you play like a few really nice hands of Balatro. You've kind of seen the whole thing. There's a lot of like cool unlockables and stuff, but I don't find it to be like this like complete paradigm shift when I'm unlocking stuff that makes me just want to never stop playing. Um, I think it's really well done. That's a bit more of a personal thing, but yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I don't think it does enough to keep me jacked in. You got to really, really vibe with what's right there in front of you. I don't know. I mean, I get it. Like maybe they don't want to like evolve it and like reinvent it as you go in any kind of way, right? Like no huge mix up. A lot of people are just gonna play like a hand or two here and there, or a round or two here and there, and call it a day. UFO 50 has kind of been my game for that. So yeah, you probably did more than I did. I really just unlocked a few decks, went through a decent chunk of endless a few times, um, grabbed a fair bit of jokers, but not much outside of that. I don't know. Maybe I was looking for some like bigger meta progression or something. I don't know. I don't mind playing something without goals. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I just have too much to play. I think was my thing. It takes a lot for me to get like addicted to something I can just play indefinitely. All right, let's move on. I don't know. I feel like Echoes of Wisdom. I could put it as a worst, but I'll just leave it as a mediocre. I really need to make the tier next year. There's been way too many games this year that were just like that are on the same level as like somewhat better mediocre games. Uh, Indica. This game. Mm, like it's full of itself. I'm not really. Indica's about a nun who's not, I would say, the most hyper of like devout, souls, and the nunnery, the whatever, the other nuns aren't a big fan of her, so they send her off to go on this little odyssey, and she meets all sorts of people and does all sorts of bullshit on the way. It's honestly, I feel like trying too hard and kind of up its own ass a little bit. Um, like you can even tell in the trailer, is it a loot-based RPG? Is it a platform? I mean, these things are all extremely surface level when they're in here. They don't feel Like, um, it feels cynical at times, but it also just feels like it's trying to be varied and like I wouldn't even say edgy. It's a hard one to really root down. Yeah, it starts off kind of neat. There's some fun little character moments here and there. Normally, I'd be all about like goofy variety and stuff, but it just feels like a little too transparent about it all. It's really kind of just boring and paced kind of crappy half the time. And all of its little diversions feel less stylistic and interesting and more just trying to essentially like sell you on like a trailer almost. Some people feel a lot better about this one than I do, but I just don't think I got anything out of it. I don't think it had really much to say. It kind of pretended it did. I've played games with lots of variety interwoven more interestingly in the story. Um, Religion bad. The end. Actually, I don't even know if I would say that was the full message, but um, I don't know. It's trying to be eccentric and I don't know about quirky, but over the top. And like I said, I feel like there's a forcing that style, and then there's effortlessly pulling that style off, and this is in the really forcing it camp. I don't know if it's just the pace, how it's kind of like how you execute each section, an overarching like style that makes it more effortless, but I just don't think this one had it. I don't know if I'd put it as like a worst. I don't recommend playing it, but I mean, it's still like not a horrible looking game. It's really, I guess it's buggy. The audio mixing is fucking horrible. But I mean, it does try to have some level of soul. It does kind of, it still does have some variety. It is in like kind of a setting and stuff you wouldn't see a whole lot. Like, there's some neat things about it, and it's not too long. But yeah. I I feel like the worst this year for me is like stuff I really fucking don't like, or like kind of closer to that. Indica I don't like, but it's like this would be. I might even just make that category fucking today, man. This is like an game. I could fit like half of my games this year in that fucking category. But yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and move on from that one. I might go grab some more coffee. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know on the Bellotro deal. I'm kind of weird about putting it on best, but I think it's more out of respect for it being an extremely clean game than really one I got as addicted as everybody else with on it. Hmm. Yeah, I know. So anyways, Conscript. So another survival horror game. Did another one this year. This one is a World War I survival horror game where there's no monsters or anything. Um, Not really. It's you know he's going a little crazy sometimes, but um, where the Germans are the monsters essentially. That's the horror of war, and it's taking the look and feel of World War I and the trenches and all that kind of stuff, and jacking it up. Well, I mean, probably was worse in reality, but I mean, making it like more of a dark horror aesthetic and stuff, and um, attaching a survival horror kind of loot and progression system to it on multiple different maps. You can kind of go back through them all, but it's cool. I like that. Um, it's kind of got this like sort of methodical melee thing attached to it too. Um, where you kind of have a little dodge roll and can kind of charge up hits, and you have a few different little melee weapons. Kind of like a small pseudo stealth thing to kind of one shot guys with, which is cute. It's definitely not like Evil Tonight, where it's like a full on melee game. This is definitely more close to classic survival horror. Yeah, I don't. I don't remember how strong I felt about it when I finished it. I definitely think it's good. It'll go in the good pile. If you're a fan of survival horror, it's definitely if you've not, I mean, unless you've not played many, you've played a fair few, I'd recommend this for sure. It's a nice bit of challenge on the hardest difficulties. If you want to get all the best endings and stuff, there's some nice cryptic shit and some extra challenging stuff you have to do. Plenty to loot. I think my biggest problem with it and why I said that I don't remember exactly how I feel is that I don't think it stayed with me in an extremely positive way, like a Crow Country, maybe or Signalis or something. Um, because I think it can be a very tedious game. It's long, and I think the dev is very good, and he knows what he's doing. I think this is a solo game again, or close to it. And I think the setting is very unique, and it's very well executed on the horror front. Like I think it's very well made, but it has a couple little things that kind of hurt it. Apparently, some of that was already patched, and then I played it. I couldn't even imagine before. But if you want to grab everything, if you're you're a fucking survival horror head, um, you're gonna want to play optimal. You're gonna want to loot. You're gonna want to, find nice paths around stuff and kind of play to um, maximizing your skill and then like cleverness of like knowledge and stuff of what's going on. This game allows that, but the trench aspect means you're probably gonna kill everybody you see, um, which is not too bad because there's like the pseudo stealth that's a little janky. It is abusable, which kind of sucks, and it's kind of hard not to want to abuse it. You just walk in and out of the room and it resets everything. But more importantly, I find it kind of tedious sometimes, which is a shame. I almost say if you can kind of resist, maybe just if you're gonna like backtrack for that piece of loot, don't do it. Maybe it's just really fucking weird to say in a survival horror game. Um, it almost feels like maybe they had wanted to design it around you just kind of like surviving on the fly, but that's not really what a chest and a backtracking heavy genre are really gonna push you to do, and something especially with like melee and shit. So what I mean is like you will be walking long distances through these trenches and through other locations. It's not just buildings and forests and um to go grab a couple pieces and then walk it very far back to put it in like a chest, or you're just gonna have to walk really far to take things from one area to another. Something like a Resident Evil is a lot smaller, a lot more dense, a bit more routes to run through, um, to take things back to chests. Maybe there's not as much loot even. Maybe there's more guys you're not even gonna spend the loot on, so you don't really want to go back, or they won't put like obscene amounts of key items. Like some, I've played some of these where it's like your whole inventory is key items. Right? Resident Evil, I guess if you play as Chris, it's more like that, but Bill's got more pockets, so I think that's right. Um, so some of those types, some of your better ones, will kind of they'll have the backtracking and inventory management be very tactical and kind of require like just some level of thought and like application of those thoughts, and then like skill level of avoiding guys and map knowledge on top of that. Um, Ones like this, there's not like you really are gonna like you want like gas mask probably because you don't know what's coming, and you're gonna want lights of some kind because it's gonna be too dark, and you've got to like fill your inventory with stuff half the time, and if you don't, you're gonna have to walk back really far to like swap it for 5 seconds, um and then on top of that there's a shitload of key items, probably too many, and then all of the locations are really far away from each other. um I think the game is trying to be kind of brutal like that. I don't think it's like insanely hard. I mean, maybe for survival horror it's a little harder, but um probably harder than like Signalis or something like that. But it's Yeah, it's just a bit too tedious. I really wish to kind of like tune that a little bit. If not, like another couple chests, just maybe like with Signalis, you get the like an attachment for like lights. It doesn't really add anything tactically or immersion wise for me to like grab a light and then grab the fucking batteries. And um, on top of that, you want to loot and bring everything back because there are these war scenes where you need to do that for like the best ending. And he's like, oh, I'm gonna need to be prepped. I don't know how hard this is gonna be. Turns out it's never like that crazy, but you never know. So it's a survival horror optimizer's kind of nightmare game at times, but it's still a really solid game. I'd really recommend it if you like the genre. It's cool. Brisket cooked. Ooh, I want some brisket. I cooked up some little hamburgers earlier. Pretty good. Ain't anything fancy though. Oh yeah, let me see. I'm gonna be getting hungry. I'm sure. Oh yeah. What is that on the outside? It looks crispy, but it's probably delicious. I just saw like the extra what kind of stuff's on the outside there, or is that always how it looks? Inside looks awesome. That looks tasty. Special seasoning. Oh, okay, very cool. Yeah. Maybe I'll go get a little snack after I down some. All right, guys. This is the current list. Um, this year, I gotta say, there's a lot of stuff where I feel like I want to make this list more granular. I really want to make a category between worst and mediocre. I think there's too many games I played this year. I think this was a good year for me on games. I don't know if it's a good year for 2024, especially in the mainstream. It was good for indies, but big releases not so much. A lot of the big ones like Astrobot and shit, I didn't feel terribly strong about. But um, there just happens to be a lot of games this year where I'm just kind of like, I'm in this twilight between mediocre and worst, and I feel like there's probably too many games on here that are. They look like I feel about the same on them, but I don't at all. So maybe next year I'll add another category for shit. Might be too many. I don't want this to be like a super duper granular tier list thing. It's more just for recommendations, shooting the shit. Help me remember any of these games. I forget half of these fucking games. I feel like I played too many. Oh, charcoal powder. Is that why it's got a more black kind of color and stuff? I'm not trying to say it looked burnt. I'm not. It's clearly not. Like it's got a lot of spicy on it. And I haven't had brisket in so long. That'd be awesome. Do you just eat it straight up, or do you like sauce it after? You like dip it? When I make burgers, I eat like one or two straight up. It's because I don't make a lot of meat. Sometimes I'm just like, damn, I could just go for some plain ass meat, dude. Oh, I guess they're on a bun. I don't eat just the patty, but. But yeah, if anybody wants to look through the list, feel free. If you missed something you wanted to talk about, I mean, it's like I said, it's most about conversation and stuff, and just for fun. I just like doing it for fun, right? So that's the list because I'm not gonna scroll up and down all the time. But I'm gonna go grab some more coffee, and then we'll continue. So we got another 20 games. We've done in like a couple hours now. Some of them I talked a lot about, like Astrobot. Yeah, it's not on PS4, it's PS5 and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't got a PC or nothing that can do it. You don't have to have a very good PC to run it. I mean, I had a 1080 and it's fine, but yeah. Well, I mean, Metaphor's a good time. It's not like you're gonna suck or something. So have fun if you go for it. I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I'll be right back. I quit drinking tomorrow. Everybody's gotta have goals. I decided to play some video games this year. That's my New Year's resolution. Big change in my life. Alright. Let's get through the rest of this shite. Next up, we got Satisfactory, which I did mostly off stream with some people. I really like this. This was a really great game. Just, you are a person who lands on this planet to exhausted of its materials to create a very specific space station for the company, essentially, and it's much more focused on gameplay and stuff. It's a huge map that you just build factories, do logistics, create power, um, make gadgets, explore shit, kill random aliens and stuff, and kind of work your way up from the pristine normal world to a dystopian hellscape of industry. It's a lot of fun. Extremely just polished. It's obviously been in early access for a really long time. It was 1.0 this year. Uh, yeah, it's cool. It's really cool co-op. I'd recommend setting up like a server if you can or something. Let shit run. But I mean, if even if you don't have a server, just playing it while it's all online is neat. Runs great. Looks really cool. So many different types of materials and things you can build, and just that slow progression of going from nothing to something huge, with making all these special bases and all these advanced types of tech and stuff. It's just really fun. Incredibly polished, I would say. For what it is, it's surprisingly. I mean, I didn't run the server or anything on my computer or nothing, but um, yeah, just everything works super tight. There's like in a way where it's like clearly they it had to be in early access for a long time. There's like all these little things and optimizations and ways you can move shit and how they slot. Where it's like in most games it would be junk and feel super jank and barely work, and you can just do gigantic builds and all this crazy crap and like full first person 3D, right? I'm sure it's not as like in depth as like Factorio or something, but obviously it's got a very different viewpoint. And a fair amount of like little exploration and stuff for you to distract yourself with, or if you're playing with people who don't like building shit, they can go do stuff, right? So, um, yeah, easily one of the best this year. I really liked it. Couldn't recommend it enough. I mean, if you don't like factory games, I guess at all, um, maybe not. But I think this one's really accessible, in part because of the way it looks. Uh, but there's really not too much kind of silly bullshit, and everything's so just like you just kind of do little bits at a time. Oh, I'm running out of power. It's like, okay, we just go spend a few hours setting up power. It's like, oh, I need to bring these materials from the other side of the map. It's like you don't have to like maintenance stuff really. It's like you just go there and you just bring it over and you just kind of keep adding on. I mean, you need a maintenance in the sense that you need to pay attention because you can like crash the whole thing. If your power's fucked, but sometimes shit's gonna rely on stuff to get power that has to have power already set up. Is kind of reality. But yeah, it's just really cool and it runs really well. So a lot of goals. You don't just do it for its own sake. It's more goal based than anything. Maybe at the very end, the last tier or something, maybe isn't as exciting or juicy. But it's still pretty cool because how advanced it is. Yeah, it's fun. Good game. Great game. Squirrel with a gun. It's a Mario Odyssey, but asset store flip, but also kind of funny and charming. Kind of this hybrid of like cheap, like shit and jank, but like you'd assume it'd be more just like an extremely crappy like you know streamer bait kind of game. Um, but it's a little bit more than that. I don't think as much as I was hoping, but It's got a lot of charm, and it's kind of fun to run around and like do all the little different activities and collect the Mario Galaxy or Mario Odyssey like acorns and shit. I think it's definitely relying mostly on its charm than its like gameplay, and I think some of that can run its course. Like I didn't like some of the music, some of the vocal bits. I mean, I liked it conceptually, but sometimes it didn't quite hit for me, and some of the cheapness of some of it, and like the end game and stuff. It kind of just ends, not as long as you'd think or anything. But I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a good game, but I don't think it was bad. It's a cute game. It's a silly, another Animal Mischief game, I guess. But this one's a little bit more like 3D platformer Mario Odyssey than it is like a heavily scripted, walking around kind of mischief game, like a Goose Game or something, or a Little Kitty Big City. So, well, it was cool. I think people generally like it a little bit more than me, but it's fun. I mean, it's just a shitpost game. All right, Silent Hill 2 remake. This one's interesting because I think everybody expected this to be pure shit. It's Bloober Team, which really don't have the best track record. My favorite game from them was like Observer, the remake of it, Rutger Hauer and shit. And that game is more side quest and vibes than it is truly great all around. But most of their stuff, like Layers of Fear, just kind of like lame jump scare simulators and stuff like The Medium is trying to be kind of like inspired by stuff like Silent Hill and pulls from some of the talent, like with Akira Yamaoka doing the music. And they just not bad devs, but tend to be pretty lukewarm. The trailers for this, the way some of the characters looked, some of the details being a little off, the combat being a little bit more juke heavy and violent stuff was kind of like, like I think everybody expected this to be super shit. Not to mention, Konami came out and are doing this Silent Hill Resurgence. Ascension comes out, it's an affront to God. And then a short message comes out and it's dog shit. But this is actually good. Somehow it's actually good. There's parts of it I really like. I don't think I like this as much as Silent Hill 2, the original. Part of it is some characters' voice direction. Generally, it's probably better on voices. There's a bit more nuance. But a lot of it's, I think, fireworks. That's somebody shooting gun. Just Americana things, man. Yeah, so I think sometimes it's missing the particular atmosphere Silent Hill 2 had. That kind of gritty surrealism. Um, like the music in this is a lot cleaner. There's this kind of like, I don't want to say lo-fi, but that's all I can think of right now. Kind of like scuffness to kind of like the sound of some of the original Silent Hill 2 music. And it kind of, that coupled with just the way some of it's composed, it has more of like this kind of like dreamy vibe to it. I think this is a little cleaner, so you kind of miss some of that. I think the more in your face kind of cutscenes, with like more classic acting and stuff, while probably objectively better in a lot of ways, coupled with tunes, coupled with honestly some character direction that I think's not very great, especially with important characters like Maria, kind of hurt the vibe. I think in its own right, it's got a cool atmosphere. I think the sound design in this is some of the best in the industry. Whoever did the fucking actual sound design, it's not Yamaoka. He did the music for this, and honestly, he didn't like Thousand Year Door the music, but it's a little shittier. effective, but I don't think you're getting as strong of a hit as from the original. But man, whoever did the sound design in this, fuck man, like the feeling of like how ominous everything is, the little sound effects you'll hear everywhere, just the soundscapes are just super great. So many little details that create like some really cool feelings. I would say as a horror game, this does all the horror um maybe better or in a really interesting way, but as a dreamy surrealism um kind of unique sort of game, that makes sense. I don't think it does it as good as the original for me at all. The combat's technically better. You have to learn like enemies and juke around and stuff. You kind of he comes across more as like a super badass, which he wasn't really in the original. But I don't find the combat part to be a huge deal. Um, I feel like this game you could just play it. You can play this and the original, and it's just fine. So the weird leaves spawning out of thin air. Maybe some of that PS5. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's different enough. I've only done. Let's show you here. Like 15. Got another 17. Halfway. I talked a lot about Astrobot. Yep, out there. So yeah, I would say it's good. I think it's a good game. I don't think it's like godly, and I do think I prefer the original's feeling. I think it stands on its own a little bit more in the industry where I think if I did that not copy correctly. Where I think if this game came out on its own and Silent Hill 2 the my control C not working? Oh, there we go. It's laggy. I think if Silent Hill 2 Remake came out on its own and the originals never existed, I don't think this game would be like this like huge, massive pillar of games and would be as influential or anything. I think there's just enough atmosphere missing. I shift a little bit more to kind of traditional horror. And I don't think like the gameplay and the exploration is like that amazing. I think it's good. I think it's solid. It's a really solid survival horror game, but I don't think it quite hits the highs of the original. And since you're going to compare that the whole time to it, and some of the most important parts like Maria and shit, and just a little bit of that music for me is a little scuffed. That it's just a little tarnished. I think it's great overall though. I'd really recommend it, but I'm not gonna. I don't think it's like, I'd really want to replay it a bunch, or it's really not stuck with me super hard. I think the main character is a great actor. That guy should have got the actor thing at the Goof Awards, but maybe some cool stuff there. I think it's insanely detailed. They clearly really care about Silent Hill. I watched a guy who really knows his shit play through this, and man, they hit so many little details and stuff. Super passion job. Just whoever did some of the cutscenes and some of the direction on some of the characters and little to be lacking. It's just enough where it kind of hurts it for me, and then I really prefer the hit of the original music and some of the more kind of it's more in your face. Like sometimes the music in this is a bit more backgroundy. It has a bit more of like a fanfare, like how they do that in a lot of remakes, where it feels almost like them celebrating the song, celebrating the scene, than it is really like, what if this was just somebody's first time playing it? Um, I love Yamaoka. I think he's one of the best composers in games, but not my favorite of his here. I don't think it's bad. I don't think most people even notice it, but I don't need like a somewhat more epic orchestral version of like Silent Hill 2 song or like a cleaner one or something. Not really what made it special. It's the problem with like remaking something that's already really good. Like sometimes you're just changing shit to change it. So I think they did a better job than anybody could have expected. I think it stands on its own and is worth playing on its own. It's not just like a replacement, but it's also not just capital I. But it's also not just like forgettable, like something obsolete, because another one. Yeah, cool stuff. It didn't, like, maybe compared to some other stuff this year, you could say it's one of the best. I guess I could. It's just like there's a feeling I got playing the original, and I don't think this captured it, and maybe that's unfair to it. But I can't get past that. Tomb Raider. Yeah, Tomb Raider. We did the remastered versions of these. Yeah, crap. This is a fan made trailer. Couldn't find real trailers for these. This is some epic, like 15 years old fraps Kino shit. Gotta love it. But yeah. So I never played an old school Tomb Raider. So I played these all back to back a few weeks ago now. I guess it was more like a couple months. If you don't know, Tomb Raider, it was a popularly PS1 series starring Lara Croft. It's a third-person platformer with a bit of action, guns, and the second game a little bit more action. Where you essentially is just what it says on the tin. Ray Tombs. It's very dense, very complicated levels. Hey, happy 2025. It's a couple hours for me. Have fun in that new year. But yeah, it's neat. I actually like the first one pretty well. I don't think it's a godly game. The control scheme, you get used to it, and you kind of like how methodical it is. It's all tank controls. Slow. Everything's kind of like almost grid based in a way, where she's gonna move a certain amount and jump a certain amount. You can line yourself up with edges to get like very expected outcomes and stuff. And the platforming's kind of made with that in mind. It's part of why they made so many so quickly. Is it's kind of got sort of a little formula they can do there. Takes a bit to master. There's little flips and like kind of wall kicks and all that kind of stuff. It's a slow game, but it's entertaining. I think the first game has a really nice blend of like atmospheric, like nice soundscapes with difficult platforming, but just enough action and just enough variety of locations and stuff that it feels right. It feels, you're hopeful for the rest of them for sure. It's exactly what you'd hope, I guess, a Tomb Raider thing would be. I mean, at least with this particular controls and shit. Yeah, I like the first one. There's not much else to say on it, I guess. Nice atmosphere, nice mix of gameplay, fun, methodical platforming that I think everybody would hate nowadays, but I think works pretty well for what it is. And I don't think many people would try to do this style of gameplay. And I also think this style of gameplay could be done, but less stiff, anyways. But you don't see anybody trying to do this kind of game anymore. So it's kind of got a uniqueness to it, and I liked that. So enjoyable for sure. They're all pretty long. Yeah, there's definitely some jank budget there. I mean, the cutscenes in the first one are charming. They're fun, but they look like shit. Yeah, the game does have a lot of trial and error. The remastered version I would really recommend because you can kind of just save anywhere. Yeah, the best environment design, and I think that's a huge deal because that, almost no sound, just soundscape. Right? There's no like music really hardly in the game. It's like that atmosphere keeping you in there, and the levels not feeling too repetitive and keeping them spicy and varied is such an important thing because otherwise you're just doing the same thing forever. Yeah, I don't know what happened after this game. I don't think they fucking milked the cow dry yet, but they decided they're gonna mix it up in the second game and on anyways. I think in a way maybe they kind of got lucky with the first one. There's enough jank there where it's like clearly they didn't have like some godly vision for it. I think it kind of just probably just had fun with it, kind of worked out, and then thought a little harder in the other games and they thought wrong. Yeah. Yeah. So I really like Tomb Raider 1. I think out of all these, it's my favorite by a lot. Um, I don't think I'm going to put the other games in the worst pile, but they are trying. They would be in the ugh pile possibly. I need to get that ugh category, man. That should be the mediocre, but yeah. If I didn't want to like not spend the rest of my life on this, I'd make it. No, you don't have limited space. I mean, you need to explore a lot to find any materials or weapons and ammo. Every level has like hidden shit. I mean, if you don't find them, you're just not getting much ammo. But you have infinite ammo on your normal pistols, so. No, that's not survival horror or anything. It's methodical in that you are extremely slow. Tank controls. Every jump you need to really plan out and like slowly set it up, press the combo buttons, grab the ledge a certain way. It's very like limited. Oh, you're talking about the backroom shit. Oh yeah, that's the second game. Yeah. um, little space vibes. You mean the Italy map in TR2? Oh, the theater part. Yeah, the theater's almost like a backrooms thing. Yeah, so I mean, in Tomb Raider, so in the later Tomb Raiders, instead of just tombs, they start using real world locations like Italy and stuff. All the real world, but like modern locations with real people. But they like gamify it. So you'll be in like a theater and it's like nothing like a theater. So it kind of be, I guess what Akira is trying to say is it kind of feels like surreal. It'd be like this labyrinthian like theater that's clearly made to be like Tomb Raider. And it works perfect for tombs because they're just supposed to be traps and confusing and labyrinthian. But it doesn't make sense for an oil rig or like a ship or anything. I mean, they don't do a great job of combining the game part with the immersion part when they start like not doing tombs, which they stop doing tombs in the second game. And honestly, there's not many tombs in Tomb Raider after the first game. It might be surprising to some who've never played these, but they decided they needed to mix it up and turn it into like a fucking shooter in the second one. That sucks. The second game is mostly like modern with like one tomb. At that point, you're over it. Yeah, yeah. I don't. I wouldn't. I never thought about liminal spaces when I was playing it, but I can see what Vicker's going for. Yeah, it's just kind of like, yeah, just kind of bizarrely mishmashed together kind of stuff to more facilitate the games aspect of it than anything. But it's a game that's supposed to be about, you know, well, focused on gameplay, still, doing an Indiana Jones thing, right? She's kind of like that. Where you're supposed to be exploring these like ancient ruins and stuff, and yeah. So Tomb Raider 1 doesn't have that issue at all. They're all tombs. Like it's just gamey shit. So I'd really recommend Tomb Raider 1. Nobody's gonna like it. If you go play it, you're gonna hate it. I would not play with the modern controls. There's just stuff you can't do. I think the speed of game is too slow for people, and its methodical jumping and stuff is too much. But I think if you buy into it, it's a lot of fun, and I think the first game it really works out pretty well with the atmosphere. Yeah, I mean, and I don't blame people for bouncing off. Really, you just kind of have to be in the mood for it or just wanting something a little different. I think the speed of this game could be replicated with more crispy controls just fine. I think part of it is just that they hadn't figured out how 3D movement worked yet. I don't even think there was DualShock when the first one came out. It was just D-pad. I play this game with a D-pad, so. So it's more of an effect of the times and context than it is truly like them hyper planning to like have this more methodical game. It just so happens to work out nowadays that it's kind of unique. And there's not many games where you'd like slowly, kind of almost in a realistic kind of way, like plan your jumps and like look around and like scout for shit and like, you know, it's a very punishing game, very hard if you don't play the remaster, which lets you save everywhere. The second game lets you save everywhere anyways, and I think the PC versions of these back in the day did as well. But if you play the original, like Saturn versions and shit, you have like save crystals, but you have limited saves and only in certain spots, and you can like go back and save there again. That sucks because there is so much trial and error in these games. You're gonna walk into an area and you might have like the game sense to like know it's probably gonna be a trap, but a lot of times you might not. And because of the controls, you need to know it's coming before you even know it's fucking coming, pretty much. Because it's gonna be really stiff to try to like avoid shit and get out of the way of like a boulder or something. So, if you had to go back through half of the level every time you did that, these games would be nightmarish. 2 and 3 already are a nightmare sometimes. And you could save fucking anywhere. So, definitely play with the modern version. So, would not recommend. And it's not even just modern. It's just kind of how it was in some versions. So. But yeah, Tomb Raider 2. So we don't need to talk about gameplay too much. Oh, if a lot of Zachtronics stuff started popping up. Apparently he's not fully quit game dev. I think he's making more stuff. What I've heard. Just hype. I might do a Zachtronics game this next month. We'll see. Maybe Opus Magnum. Depends on what we got time for. Oh, really? Wow. Oh, damn, well, at least it's educational. But yeah, Tomb Raider 2. So, all of these games, we don't really need to talk about the core gameplay anymore because they never change. It's always the same thing, the same controls. They'll add maybe a few different guns, but it works the same way. They might have 1 or 2 new abilities, like now you can crawl or you can sprint. It's barely worth mentioning. It does affect things, but the general vibe of everything's going to be the general, not vibe, but the general core gameplay is exactly the same. And it's one of the big faults as you go through the series. Well, as far as I've gotten, there's, like 3 more after this that are like almost the same style that they're remastering. They're supposed to be even worse. Awesome. Maybe, I think 4 is maybe supposed to be okay. But, so 2's biggest thing is like what we kind of mentioned before. It's not about tombs anymore. I don't know why. I don't know if they wanted to do some like James Bond shit. You start off after like 30 minutes in like the Great Wall of China or something. It's like a micro tomb. It's a nice bit, but you end up in Italy in like old like theaters and like on boats and stuff, and then you're in oil rigs and you're underwater in like ancient like ships and stuff. And some of this isn't too bad of an idea. Like you can make, you can have like ancient relics under towns and those flips I just saw. What the hell? I don't remember those flips. Also, that guy would have just died. That spot has nothing underneath it. But yeah, so the tombs are gone, which makes for really weird level design atmospherically because it's like Tomb Raider gameplay and like real places, and it doesn't really make sense, and it just feels odd. But the bigger thing is, what's this song? Sounds like I was trying to do a Twin Peaks thing. It's distracting me. Is that this game ratchets up the fucking action. It is insane. So the first game, it's mostly like animals. There's like a few people who you shoot. Usually every animal can just be dealt with by standing on a ledge and just shooting them. It's abusable. The gunplay's not really fun. Anyways. No, that was 3. That was one with like the Illuminati shit under London. No, this was the one where we fought the the Italian gang everywhere that had an infinite budget. That was trying to resurrect some ancient Chinese dragon. Yeah. So I'm eating this piece of cheese, man. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you got time tomorrow. The Steam sale, I think, is over tomorrow, right? Is it finish on like midnight of the second, or is it the entire day of the second? I need to actually do some research too on some more things. You can't check on mobile. I was gonna 10 a.m. Pacific. Maybe I should look into it later today then. I'll wake up after that. I'll do it tomorrow. Gotcha. Cool. But yeah, so Tomb Raider 2, just non-stop action. It is so much shooting, and the shooting sucks in Tomb Raider. Super annoying. Almost impossible not to get hit by shit. It's almost designed around just tanking shots. Trying to do these like really ghetto juke around everywhere. The controls are not crispy enough for like hit scan enemies. It just feels like ass. I don't know how anybody could like the action in these games, especially in this one where it's like most of the game is just shooting guys. There's like a couple levels that have a little bit less, but it is just an onslaught of never ending like shooting dudes. Coupled with a move away from tombs, the game is balanced way too much towards like a modern action, but it's still the same feel as Tomb Raider 1. Really just, it's a bad idea. They took the first game, said, hey, this is a successful game, it was pretty good. Let's just totally pivot to something else. Like, I get wanting to maybe keep it fresh, but it's the second fucking game, man. What the fuck was going on, dude? So, it's a pain in the ass to play. I almost want to put it on worst. But in some freakish way, I still kind of like a little bit of fun with them. It was a big pain in the ass to play, though. I mean, the size of the levels, the variety of the levels, the complexity, a little bit of that methodical gameplay. Like, I still respect those elements of them a bit. I think Laura's more boring in this, too. She's at her best in the first game, sadly. She's just more boring as you go. In the first game, she's like doing like she's like cutting fucking elevator cables and wearing her crazy glasses and like wall riding motorcycles and shit and doing all this insane shit. And she's like a really fun, like over the top kind of like action person. And then she's just kind of fucking boring in the rest of them. She really doesn't have much of a personality or does any really cool things. I mean, in cutscenes and stuff. The cutscenes and stories are still horrible. They're all bad. Like, beyond bad. I mean, they might as well not even exist. Um, but yeah, I don't know how they ever made movies about it. I mean, I guess you could just do whatever you want because there's barely a personality there. So, I don't know. I'm not going to put it on worst. Like, I still played the third one. I still had some fun with them. Like, I probably will still play 4, 5, and 6. There's something unique about them that's kind of entertaining. But man, 2 is definitely in the ugh category. It's just bizarre that they decided to like pivot to something so different. But not in gameplay, just in focus, like level design and density of enemies and all that. They focused on like the worst part of Tomb Raider 1 for Tomb Raider 2. Anyways, Tomb Raider 3, same gameplay, same shit, different story. This game, the longest of the first 3. It's got a bit more tombs. It's got a lot of modern stuff still. Even got fucking Area 51 and shit. It's not much better than 2. I probably like it better than 2, but I still find 2 and 3 to be leagues beneath 1. Once again, the atmosphere is not quite there. Sometimes it's okay. The focus on some of the difficulty and the action is still kind of shitty. There's a bit more like just annoying level design in this. But really, one of 3's biggest problems for me is the series progression. It's the same shit, the same problems, the same stiffness, with varying quality and level design after 3 games. And it's what ends up killing this series for the longest time is because they just keep making more of these. And you can read about it. They burn out really hard. They are just shitting these games out. They even have like little expansions. I didn't play through those. Just I think they're doing like one or more like a year, and it's all based on the same. Some series would innovate, some would upgrade their stuff. They decided to just play it safe and just kind of keep making more full 20-hour games. And it's like I respect that to a certain extent, but then you end up with the Crash situation, you end up with the Spyro situation, where these guys, instead of pushing it to somebody else like those devs did, just kind of went down with the shit. And you can feel it, especially in 3. 2, it's like, okay, I can understand another game with the same style. It's just their second game, right? They just pivoted to more action. Bad call, but like, they're trying to do something. But doing the same gameplay, no innovations, no improvements, and there's just so much room for it to improve. It's just really 3's biggest problem for me. It's a serious thing at this point. I would still say I'd like 1 way better than 3 regardless, like in a bubble, because of atmosphere and platforming action exploration balance. I do think 1 has a bit more open areas you explore that are fun, where 2 and 3 end up being very tight, like linear, kind of not linear, but like more corridory. It doesn't feel like you're exploring a ruin as much as you're going through a gauntlet or an obstacle course. So kind of scared for 4, 5, and 6. I know they kind of mix up some stuff in those, but I think it's just the same shit for the most part, or worse. So interesting to see the death of this series. I mean, hey, obviously got rebooted as like an Uncharted thing, but and I played 2 of those. Maybe we'll play the third one for fun, but they're all right. I'm not huge into them. Yeah. So very disappointing, but there's still just enough like art direction and varied locations, and that methodical gameplay is still just unique enough that while I have a lot of issues with it and I'm like suffering while playing it, I can't help but kind of enjoy it a little bit. I kind of think positively on it after a few months, just a little bit. Um, there's enough things about them. Their feel, that they're almost like pseudo horror at times. This game is way too dark, actually. At sometimes London is like pitch black. I'm like having to like up the gamma and change all sorts of shit on my TV. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Um, yeah. So there's just some devs at the time who really could take one of their games and like deliver another one and really just keep it going and keep just kicking ass and improving. Um, despite starting with a good hit, right? This is a series where they started with the hit and they just did not know what to do. So, um, it's more of the same. They're all map packs essentially. So, if you don't like Tomb Raider 1 even a little bit, just stop. It's over. There's nothing to be found beyond that. I'm not gonna put it on worst. I totally respect putting 2 and 3 on worst though. Um, they are fucked, but there's some how they slot in kind of uniquely into 3D platformers. It's a little different, right? And I kind of like different sometimes. Anyways, Lempo. This was a Finnish horror game inspired by, I guess, some kind of like Finnish folk stories or something. A little indie game, first-person horror thing. A lot of first-person walking sims. This one, I liked it well enough. I don't think it was a godly game, but I think there's a lot of interesting art direction in this. I don't think like the voice acting or the story is anything to write home about, but it's essentially just a big open series of areas where you just kind of explore and try to find your way out and kind of follow some clues. They tell you it's going to be really hardcore and you should write like a note. It's not at all. It's really simple to get through. Um, but it's not linear, is what I mean. Like not completely linear. It's not really jump scare focused. It's definitely more atmosphere. There are some spooky loud noises sections, but yeah, I think it's tries to be really creative with some of its set pieces and sequences. Um, it's got an issue, I guess, that I imagine a lot of people have with it, where technically the entire game is sort of, I wouldn't say on a timer. Your health is constantly ticking down unless you're in safe places. Um, quite frankly, it was pointless. All it does is kind of annoy you, but never truly matter. It reminds me of like the FF13 timer, where like it comes across like it's gonna matter, but it doesn't. You find out much more quickly in this that it really doesn't matter. You can kind of upgrade your health and restore it. I guess if you just really fucked up a lot, maybe it would matter more. It just lowers your max health, and you've got to bring it back by doing certain things. So it's not like permanent. Um, but the ticking down of it and the lowering of the max, I think it's supposed to kind of make it feel like you're in this constant kind of like dread area that's kind of chipping away at you. I think it's really ineffective and kind of pointless. And I think it would just been improved if you just really got to soak in the atmospheres. I mean, you start to ignore it, but I bet a lot of people don't. I bet people get caught up in it. Um, so, I had an issue with that. I don't think the adventure gameplay and the pathfinding, the exploration is that deep. And if it was, honestly, it's too much. It would be too much running between areas. So I don't mind that you kind of just go to a place, do a thing, a little set piece, maybe run between a few other areas here and there. You don't have to worry too much about boogeymen coming after you. Maybe by the very end, that's a little annoying. Game didn't run super well on PS5, especially by the end. It was really bad. Don't know how this is on PC. I imagine if it was really bad on PS5, it's probably even worse. But I don't know. I'd rep it for sure. give it a go if you like walking sim horror stuff. Um, it's slower, but it's got a cool vibe, and it's trying to be creative. It's got a lot of cool atmosphere at times. Not much on the music. It's more of a soundscape thing, and like I said, you're not gonna get a crazy story. Maybe environmentally you'll get a little something, but it's a little more goofy as a story at times, especially at the end. I mean, it's kind of like, okay, man, whatever. I mean, the general idea is a guy leaves his office in Finland, walks into the woods, gets lost even though he's barely gone anywhere, and that's the idea. And then he's in essentially another world. He's lost in like a Finnish folk forest horror thing. So there's a little like SCP energy, just a little bit, because it's like, these places aren't completely like alien. There's people who've been trying to kind of figure it out and stuff. So scientists and all that. So I mean, it's more to facilitate more variety of locations, but there's a couple little twists and stuff. It's not completely ineffectual storytelling, but yeah, definitely play it for the variety. So, oh, East 10, Nordics, another in the category. I feel like maybe. I don't think there's hardly like a bad East game. I don't think this one's bad either. Maybe it's just mediocre. Um, we had a lot to say about this East game. I think because of how much I like this series and how good the best games are in it, how great they feel, and how it's kind of changed over time. And despite changing, they've still kind of owned that feel a little bit, despite it being so different. That I had so much to say on this one because it's like they should just kind of know better. And they kind of missed a lot of the core soul of the whole thing. So East is usually about like fast, high momentum, simple but still difficult when you're doing bosses and stuff, kind of action gameplay. High energy music, just kicking ass, going quickly through stuff, and just kind of owning that speed, that feeling of like adventure. Big upgrades. When you level up, it feels nice. When you get equipment, it feels nice. As they're like 10-hour games usually. As you go through the series, they start getting a little longer. They start having more party members, more story. They tend to not have story in the old ones much, just a little bit, kind of set up what's going on. And so once you get to like 7, it's like a lot more story. 7's probably the weakest. 8's like godly, and it's like going all in on the story, party stuff, but it still keeps that feeling of exploration with the great music. And just really fun, quick gameplay. And then they kind of dips a little bit in 9, and then you get to 10, and it's like it really, to me, kind of it doesn't feel as quick. It's too focused on story. That's really bad. It's too disjointed because of the sailing. That's just not super great. The music is not at its best. It feels like they're kind of declining. There's some elements, I guess, that like look a little nicer, but it's not a great looking game in fidelity wise, and the art direction's a little bland in this one. So many of the areas feel the same, sound the same. I don't think it's a bad game. It's still fun enough, and I still 100% it, but a lot of it's just being a fan of the series. So, if after 8 you're riding high and you're like, man, this series it fucks. They changed it and it still fucks. With this one, you're wondering if it's even got legs anymore. So they have a new version of this coming out called like, East 10. Like, was it Proud Nordics? I don't even remember what it's called. It's funny because they just released this in NA, but it's been out in Japan for a while. So that kind of stings, I guess, if you just bought this. There's another version coming out. I don't know. I don't think it could improve it enough to be really a good game. I think it would be. They'd have to remake the entire story or just cut out most of it. I think the new move tech and stuff needs to be a lot smoother and chain smoother into the level design and the combat. The new combat itself is cool, but I just don't. It still ends up being kind of a pump and dump like ability smasher, which worked okay in 8 because you just keep busting through guys and moving on. In this, you kind of have to lock in for a little bit and then do it. It's fun, but I feel like it maybe could be improved a good bit in a remaster thing. I think there's some tuning there that could happen. A lot of the same enemies. I don't see them add much new variety. Like I said, there's no way they change all the story. Um, I feel like the ship combat, you can just kind of feel that they probably already cut a lot of it in the first place because there's like not really random battles. A milestone entry in the legendary E series. Well, it has been around for a long time. Falcom and East have been around for like 30, 40 years or something. I don't remember exactly. they are old. But yeah, not super big into this one. Pretty disappointing. I think it's one of the lower East games, but it's still fun enough. It's still. I would always just say in the past, well, it's still East, right? I barely feel like I can say that with that. I don't think I can get that mark of quality on it anymore, but we'll see. We'll see as we go. I don't expect the new version to do much. I feel like it's to get a buck more than anything, but maybe it'll redeem it. I'm not gonna replay it, but I'll look into some changes. Anywho, we're in the last almost 10 here. We'll pick up the pace, although a lot of big games at the end of this year. Rise of the Golden Idol, sequel to Case of the Golden Idol, which is like an excellent little deduction game. Cool art style about the mystery of this weird object called the Golden Idol and the culture and people and history and events surrounding it. And a lot of murder, a lot of bizarro stuff, almost pseudo horror at times. Really cool game, the first one. Really would recommend it. Play with the old school UI and stuff. You can get an option nowadays. But it was made for the original. Yeah, it's so how it works is you look at a scene, kind of animated, but more still. You kind of deduce what happened, through context clues and all sorts of other stuff. You can click around to other maybe screens in the scene, but there's usually just like 2 or 3. And then you swap over to, and this is all the first game, and it applies to the second game as well, to a screen where you kind of fill in like, phrases or sentences or pictures, and who is this person, what is the story that happened here, what are these dates, what does this mean, this symbol mean, and you kind of fill out this information they ask of you bit by bit until you can kind of like fill in the whole page, and then you move on to the next thing and it continues the story and all that. So this game does the same thing. It's following this idol, this deal, into the 70s now. So the original one was more like the olden days with the wooden ships and colonizing, all that kind of stuff. This one is set more like kind of 70s, so you get a little bit more funky stuff. You get like sort of more modern technology and stuff, and how that kind of plays into this idol and these people, and just kind of it lets them put out a lot of variety and stuff of locations and cases and stuff like that. So this one, where it's kind of different in the gameplay, is it while the first one by the end asks you to go back through all the other cases and kind of put together some story pieces, this does it much more strictly. Not strictly, but it does it much more regularly, where you will do like a set of 5 little case things, and then you do like a final thing that kind of ties them all together. And then those will be tied into like an end thing where you have to like kind of know everything, and it's just really good. I think at times maybe it's not as exciting, and case for case, it's not always as good, but I think it's just a really smooth, generally high quality time. It's fun to deduce the stuff in these. There's not many games like it. I think they did an excellent job with the music, which I should be writing that down. I need to get the soundtrack. With the atmosphere, it's a little bit more just like drawn instead of pixelated this time, so it looks a little different, but it looks still good. It's still very um, distinct. I liked the story. I think it's got a few pacing issues. It is a much longer game, um, I guess, unless you count all the DLC in the original. Um, I think it's swapped to a different setting with new characters and stuff. Helps keep it spicy, even though it's dealing with sort of similar things. But kind of just the rising action coupled with the tunes and you being able to kind of figure all that yourself. And when you're starting to piece together what's going on, it's kind of like the excitement's there, ready to be with you. And um, like I said, I think there's times it dips a little bit compared to the first one. But I think overall it's a smoother bit of quality. I think the first one will sometimes kind of like, there might be like, ooh, like this one's kind of whatever, but overall it's a good time. This one's like, it's got its couple of shitty cases, but like for the most part, it's just maybe it doesn't reach the highs of the first one, but it's a more steady um time. I think the new UI is a bit busy. They want to make sure there's like as much on the screen as like you can. So in this, instead of swapping over to like a deduction screen, you just kind of plop windows up on the screen, and maybe it makes it more gamey that way, where you're like moving around windows and dragging shit. It can be a little messy because there's a lot of windows to open up. I don't think it's a big deal, but yeah, just a overall really great game. Unique. Looking forward to the DLC. I'll probably pick up that and pass once some of those are out. Should be cool. If you're a puzzle, information, deduction kind of fan, it's definitely a must play. So, anyways, let's just keep trucking. I want to check the mail and see if we have some gaming to do later. Maybe I'll finish around the time I have my New Year's. But yeah, so Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. This is gonna be a weird one. There's part of me that wants to put it on worst, but they've patched it so hard. Yeah, I'm not sure why. If it's some like difference between the Ukrainian and Russian way of doing it. I just say Chernobyl, and just because that's just kind of what I'm used to seeing. I don't know a lot of the context there. I just typed it out. Who knows? If anything, it I guess makes it look a little different than like Shadow of Chernobyl or whatever. The first one. So yeah, Stalker 2 is the fourth Stalker game. Um, yeah, part of me wants to almost put it on worst, but I don't know. I don't think I will. I think I'm just gonna leave it. I'll explain why. So this is I don't have experience with it, but they have patched it a lot in the last few weeks. I don't know if it's at the state where it's like actually like fixed and then it's just gonna have its normal problems after that. Or if it's still fucked. So if you don't know what Stalker is a post-apocalyptic. It's not post-apocalyptic, but it's gonna feel that way. You are a guy, a stalker, who is in a place called the Zone, which is a supernatural like event zone, Russia, Ukraine area near Chernobyl, where bizarro mutants and freakish supernatural events are starting to happen, and artifacts and weird things that governments and corporations and people want to make use of are appearing. There's a lot more to it in the old ones. It's based on a book called The Roadside Picnic, which is about what if aliens just made a pit stop at Earth and left their bullshit here and then left. And how advanced they are and how beyond us they are, that would just like change everything. And then there's another adaptation of that called Stalker, a movie. It's very very slow, very atmospheric movie about these people trying to get to the center of this bizarro place to grant their wishes and stuff. And so Stalker, the game, kind of adapts a little bit of both of those. More of a looter kind of exploration game. You kind of have to learn about the place and kind of weave between different factions at war and people, there for money and who's kind of an asshole and who's there for themselves and who's there is like trustworthy and that kind of vibe of a game with like kind of horror looting elements. It's not a mass looter like a Fallout. It's more of like a tactical kind of like tactical shooter light. You kind of want to plan how much, ammo you're willing to bring, how many guns, what kind of guns, how much food. It's not super difficult to figure any of that out. It's probably a lot more than most people are used to today with shooters. And that's kind of the general vibe of Stalker, and it's kind of you going through a campaign and stuff. And Stalker 2 is extremely faithful to that. For better or worse, I really respect that they're just making a Stalker-ass Stalker game. Stalker was far from having no faults. There's definitely a lot of ways they could have maybe improved on that. They decided to just make a normal Stalker game that looks better, that has a bit more variety of like anomalies and enemies and stuff. Not too much. It's generally like all the returners are here. Every map is here from the old ones, plus more. And I really respect that for it. I respect it for that. It has issues because of that. The amount of running is obscene. I think while there's a lot of side stuff to do, I don't think you're learning that much about the zone. I don't think the idea of mastering the zone and navigating it is as deep or as interesting as it could be. I would have preferred a smaller, more dense, difficult thing where you felt like you were some kind of like sage of like this zone, where you started with no knowledge and then you became someone who just like you just got it. Most things are just avoided, kind of like Pacific Drive, by just fucking avoiding them, walking around them. Stuff like the AI is horrible, truly atrocious. So there's not a whole lot of like immersive sim tactical elements to it. You're gonna get seen through a brush 50 miles away in the pitch black of night as they semi aimbot you, or you're gonna stand on top of a ladder and kill thousands of guys because their minds can't handle it. That coupled with frankly a bafflingly bad economy and upgrade system on the hardest difficulty means you're really not going to have a lot of flexibility to experiment with guns, to try different tactics, and really the world's just not that receptive to it in the first place. So that coupled with making a big ass giant game kind of just turns it into a slog. I feel like it's this desire, and I get the desire to make just the biggest, the best, the craziest Stalker. And I feel like their eyes were far bigger than their stomach, right? I I think this game buckles under its ancient systems. I don't think they do a good job of like making it more difficult in the right ways, cutting down on tedium, adding in more immersion. I think the game's story is nonsensical most of the time because of wonky ass dialogue, and the game's pace is far too long and expository. There's so much just never ending chatter about the zone and so much running between areas just nonstop. more interesting like shortcuts and routing would have been cool, but um I don't, and I was gonna get to that. Um I don't know if they've patched the health. I think they might have, but so there's that. I do think this game systems, while I respect the intent and I do have fun with the old stalkers, this is a 40, 50 plus hour game just for me to get through the story. I did like, a good 10, 20 hours of side quest maybe. I could get through every stalker game in that time. So it's a very different game, and those systems aren't necessarily under that kind of a stress test as interesting. Coupled with much, like I said, worse AI. So there's much less tactical stuff going on. You don't even have like night vision in this. Just makes for kind of a pain in the ass time, right? Like I said, it's too paced, too long, too much fucking running around without any thought behind it, right? I'm just running. I'm just cracking thousands of energy drinks. It's like it's not even immersive. It's like I'm drinking like 30 energy drinks a run. It just looks goofy, but it's very faithful, right? Like you have to go back to town to repair. You can't like collect. You can't clean your own gun. Like there's things like immersive things that in the modding scene they've done that make more sense. Like, oh, I clean my gun, I repair it. If it gets too bad, then I gotta repair it. I gotta go to a guy or a specialist. Like, there's things they could have done to make it so like you can be out there, you can like survive and master and learn the zone. Like it'd be more difficult maybe, but like you'd learn stuff, right? The tactical elements would matter more. You'd have more kinds of ways to like hold stuff and different kinds of equipment to bring, and the economy would be not laughably bad. The economy, I think they've changed it a lot now. I mean, you're essentially like just to fix something or just to get like a crappy upgrade, shelling out like an insane amount of money. I mean, I could get fully upgraded by the very end and almost keep everything repaired. But I was like hyper min max. Like I'm fucking like not. I'm like dropping stuff, not using it, not repairing it, not upgrading certain things, looting like crazy. Getting some okay drops. I didn't do everything in the game, but not even close. But I mean, a lot of those stashes and stuff aren't even good. Now, there's most times if you would go out and it would be a negative. Like if you shot your gun, you were losing something. I think that can be cool with the right balance. I think in this it's just boring. So the big thing though is that this game is a technical disaster. I'm running on a pretty old rig, 1080. Um, so I'm not running with the best stuff. It's not the best looking game ever, so it's probably a lot of like bad optimization more than anything. But I got an old setup. It still ran just really poor, and it was supposed to be extremely poor even on like some of the best rigs, right? I think the frame generation in this and shit was just bad. Don't use it. The thing with frame gen is I guess it's good when you've already got an okay frame rate, but if you don't have a great frame rate, it makes the shooting feel horrible. So the gunplay just feels like ass. So you're gonna have to deal with an FPS in the dark with like low FPS, and that just is kind of crappy. But the bigger thing is just the technical, like the bugs. I have not played a game this broken, this close to release, almost ever. Anybody who told you this game just it all got fixed, no issues after the day one release, right? Like, oh no, the journalists they played the more broken version. No way, dude. This game was unfucking believably broken. Like I had to go download Unreal Engine tools to be able to clip through things to continue the fucking story, man. I was losing hours of saves. Quests were fully broken. Side quests, I'd lose entire towns because I couldn't do like certain quests, and I was getting guns like teleported into my fucking inventory, and just like there was like upgrades I would apply that just didn't work, and then my guns would be locked that way forever. It was it just never ended. There were so many bugs, you'd almost just get used to it. You just see one and like you wouldn't even notice it. Like just insane shit was always happening. Insanely buggy. This game should not have been released when it did. I don't know who put a gun to their head to make them. So the reason I'm not putting it in worst is from what I understand, they've put out some major patches. Um, Now I highly doubt it is magically a great game now. Um, but if they've at least covered like half of the fucking horrible bugs, it's at least not like one of the worst things I've played this year, right? So as a more recommendation kind of list ish, um, I'm not gonna say don't play it, but yeah, if you don't have a good rig, um, if you haven't played the original Stalkers, you should totally play those first. Um, and you can handle some extremely monotonous, tedious gameplay. Then go for it. But yeah, I have a lot of issues with it for sure. So yeah, I don't know what all they fixed. I don't know if they fixed the enemy bloat on the health. I don't know if they fixed the economy. They can't really fix the backtracking unless they put more shortcuts around, which there's barely any of. Um, yeah, I don't know. I respect it for being faithful. I still think Stalker's a unique little world, and it's kind of fun, sort of tactically doing shit. But stuff like AI, it doesn't have like the A life where it's like everybody's kind of on their own little life cycle. Like there's a lot of guys that are just spawning in behind you. Like I said, that sucks for fighting. The AI is bad for that. I don't know if they're just gonna fix that kind of stuff easily. A lot of that was supposed to be tuned differently because it was so bad for performance. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna leave it where it is. It's very close to being worst, and I'm gonna put it on notable for probably the most buggy release I've ever fucking played. That wasn't literally like a shitpost fucking piece of crap game. Right? Yeah. All right. Very important game culturally. Pillars of video games. Shadow the Hedgehog. Wow. So this is essentially just Sonic Generations, but they added like a Bowser's whatever the fuck Fury thing for Shadow. You essentially get like a little 3, 4, 5 hour Shadow campaign in the Sonic Generations engine. He's got some new mechanics, stuff like that. Um, that's pretty much it. You go through a bunch of like nostalgic Shadow things. He doesn't have many nostalgic things. It's part of the problem, I guess, with this version compared to the Sonic part. Is really Shadow's just not been in that much interesting shit. Um, his areas are not extremely varied and exciting. Very super interesting locations. I mean, they're still cool, but like you're not popping off for nostalgia or anything. And what nostalgia they could have put in, well, yeah, like his hog, his motorcycle, and his guns, they're not there, even though they're apparently in the movie. So some of the few things people remember about Shadow that isn't just him himself aren't even really there. It's very focused on the Shadow the Hedgehog villain and story and stuff because he really doesn't have much else going on. He's in a couple other games after that, but he's kind of coming back now, I guess. But um, yeah, so it's good. It's fun. Like it's just cool to bust through and just run through all the main story. I 100%ed Generations back in the day. I didn't really feel the desire on this, but I just kind of wanted to run through it, have a good old time, and just kind of move on. Um, I think if you like Sonic, definitely play it. I would recommend Sonic Generations more. My biggest problem with this game, I would say, is that they removed Sonic Generations. Well, they changed some of the cutscenes too, which is a little weird in dialogue, but They removed the original from the marketplace and are now charging a premium because this has been added to it. And it's frankly total bullshit. The original would be like $1 or $2. Now you have to pay like 40, $50 just because they added like a decent like Shadow the Hedgehog attachment to this shit. Yeah, it's like on sale. It's $38 right now. So $50 for this game. It's got crazy reviews because Sonic fans, and I mean it is good. It's a good game, but did really Sonic Generations need a like $45 price hike because they added a fucking five like probably like a $10 expansion's worth of fucking shit to it? Probably not. But you know what? That movie sure came out at a coincidental time, and wow, there's a $6 movie pack on this too. Little DLC that would get added to your remaster, not even remaster port thing, not even that. Yeah, so it's a good time. I would recommend it just for its own sake, but I do not recommend giving Sega money for this at its current price point. I would say wait till it's cheaper. You can rent it if you have rental stuff. If you already have Sonic Generations, just play that. You could do Shadow down the line. I don't think you can even upgrade, but I don't think it's so crazy that I would recommend jumping into Supercard. It's much better than I guess their other new game. What was it called? Frontiers. It's actually fun and fast and shit. So, but Generations is one of the few that I think is like actually pretty good in the series. So, anyways, Spell Brigade. I played this one all off stream. It's early access, so it's a just a co-op Vampire Survivors game. I don't have an insane amount of experience with the genre, so it was kind of fresh for me. I mean, I know about it. I've seen it. I just bought all the Vampire Survivor stuff, so we'll be doing that at some point here. There's it definitely needs more content for sure, but it's fun. You can make some pretty wild, strong builds and stuff. I don't know if there's really like an ass load of like depth of builds, but there's enough that coupled with like more people and plenty of things to grind up and stuff. It's a pretty nice little co-op way of doing Vampire Survivors. And I think as they add in more characters and more build variety and more stages, I think it'll be a pretty cool time. It's pretty good so far, so would recommend it. Not like godly or anything. I haven't like grinded the fuck out of it. I'm gonna do solo. I'm not gonna do Vampire Survivors, but I don't think so. I thought Vampire Survivors was solo, unless they've added co-op in the DLC. But I thought that was a solo game. I'm sure there's other Vampire Survivors like co-op games. Haven't looked into these Vampire Survivors. They're kind of autoplay. So how these work is it's local only. That sucks. That'd be fun to play with people. So how these work is all you do is move and you pick characters or starting abilities that have certain deals, and then as you level up and kill guys, you get XP, and then you get choice of 3 things. They're like roguelikes. And you start essentially building a character over like a 10-20 minute run, and create synergies with different abilities and unlock new spells and the new stats and stuff like that. And it's essentially just about dodging crazy amounts of dudes and making like a really fast paced, extremely like action heavy kind of like RPG build on the fly. So Bullet Heavens, yeah. So in this game, like you can get a spell that like spins like a sword around you, and then you could get like synergies where it's like, the sword will get like super large, or if you stand still, the sword will do certain things. But then you could also get like mines or like guns that automatically shoot behind you, so you can make it about running and stuff. Yeah, they're addicting. I don't have as much experience with the genre as most people. I haven't played the Granddaddy Vampire Survivors, but just very addicting, quick, dirty, just thousands of guys on screen action. I guess you could consider it like Diablo in the sense that you kill a lot of guys with builds, but it's purely focused on dodging and moving, and the fight, the action happens on its own. It's all about you building it. So this game has a rogue light element where you can like upgrade your characters and stats permanently on the side. I don't think Vampire Survivors does that, but I don't know. There's so much Vampire Survivor shit to unlock. So yeah, Vampire Survivors is really cheap too. I mean, there's a lot of DLC. You can get it all for like 10, $15, but the actual game is like $2. So looking forward to playing it. This one was pretty addicting. I'm looking forward to seeing where it ends up. Kind of meta progression, yeah. Yeah, and Holocure is free. There's a lot of copycats of Vampire Survivors at this point. So, a good time. Yeah, Vampire Survivors has like Castlevania DLC and Contra DLC and all sorts of other shit too. So, yeah, it's a fun time. Like I said, I can't speak for Vampire Survivors too much. It was free on Epic not that long ago. It's on Game Pass if you have that. You just want to like try it, but I mean it's so cheap. You might as well just buy it for like $1 or two. But yeah, anyways, next game, Infinity Nikki. This is a gotcha. I hate gotcha. Conceptually, well, I hate what gotchas are. The idea of like certain live service models and like random chance in games and stuff. I mean, that's one thing, but I have a problem with gotcha. I mentioned it a million times. I've played a lot of them, a lot of them. So it's definitely not baseless, but extremely predatory. Yada yada. I've said it a million times. Um, Made to pretty much like get you addicted and to catch the people that fall through the sifter, the filter that are going to be addicted and willing to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars on their games, with the and play them every day and stuff. Um, Infinity Nikki is one of a million gotcha that came out this year. Yeah, I did return to Mori off stream. We didn't fully finish it yet. I'm kind of just locked in kind of whenever my buddies want to play it. I wouldn't mind doing more, but um, we kind of we're in the last area or two, but put it on here anyways because I've seen enough to pretty much have an opinion on it at this point. Um, but I might play some more if we get a chance. It's been months though now, or like a month. Yeah, Infinity Nikki is a game about playing a chick named Nikki, and you get teleported to this world, and you've got to find some super dress. And the game is essentially about dressing her up in a bazillion different ways, and unlocking different kind of like outfits that let her explore this extremely whimsical kind of fairy tale world. And that's pretty much it. So this game's strengths are it looks really nice. The art design's like I said, very whimsical, very fun and goofy and charming. And the music is there to match. It's a very charming game, especially in a trailer. But the actual playing of the game is dog shit. Um, there's a couple cool sequences here and there. Some interesting areas. I mean I didn't get to end game. As soon as they started making me like do daily grind stuff to get moving on, I just kind of stopped. We were just giving it like a test run. I played like 8 hours or something. Um, it's a game that is just held back by being a gotcha as usual. Really, it's a addiction like checklist simulator. Millions of things to grab. You're constantly spamming A on the ground to grab every little resource. You're going to every little nook and cranny of this world to just pick up chests that have very little impact when you get them, but they're all necessary in the long run. Never saw any of these areas. I don't know if they're fucking in the game, man. Some of these cutscenes are just like bullshots, right? Yeah, and it's all set to essentially like a. I mean, Genshin's rips off all sorts of shit, but this is ripping off that. But set to a big open world with millions of menus to constantly drip feed you like rewards to make it feel like you're always like earning something to keep you wanting to roll. Right, the big thing is the rolls, right? You pay money to roll dresses and different outfits. I think as far as roles go, I mean, unless you're really, really into the dress up, and I like doing the dress up stuff in these kinds of games. Unless you're just like hyper into it, it's not as exciting as rolling like an entire gameplay character or some kind of huge thing. So I gotta imagine it won't hit as hard on the money side of things. Also, the roles you have to gain like 8 different roles. You might get a piece of what you want, but you have to kind of get all of them to get like a full set and stuff. Yeah, just dresses and shit. And I mean, that's kind of the idea, but on one hand, it's like, well, at least then it's not as addicting, but it's also not as interesting if you're just freebie. But the bigger problem is that it is a game. I mean, it's a gotcha. It's designed from the ground up to be as addicting as possible to get the most money as you can, right? Like you can get a lot of dress up stuff for free, but it's like, a lot of the big shit is going to be paid. The game, like I said, very checklisty. It's got energy, so you can only play a certain amount after a certain point. Just everything in the world, all of the menus, the millions of menus, the light community elements. It's a very cynical experience, and all the gotchas are the fucking same with that kind of stuff. It is not a good game. It is not the optimal gameplay experience. I think these kinds of things are a blight on the industry. This would be a much more interesting just game in its own right. Maybe doing something else, but I mean, it probably wouldn't exist, I guess, if it wasn't a gotcha. But whatever. On top of that, really, it's just not very interesting. The gameplay is anemic. It is almost non-existent. She's not fun to jump around as. There's no fun movement. The story is mind-numbing. It's not as overwritten as like a Mihoyo thing, but it still kind of is, right? A lot of writing, a lot of like crappy world building that's just mind-numbingly fucking boring. It's just not interesting. They don't get you off to a good start. You don't really get like a feel for the world. It just looks really nice, feels really whimsical, and that's it. You're not like immersed. You're not doing interesting things. You're essentially just doing chores for 5 or 6 hours at the beginning of the game. It looks like there's combat, but like look at this combat, really think about it, and you're like, damn, that's pretty simple, right? Like, yeah. It doesn't need to have crazy combat if it had cool exploration, but even that's, like I said, just micro chests that are really not that interesting, and all you do is the same little float, and it's... I wouldn't go so far as to say it's like made for somebody's grandma, because I feel like they deserve better, but it is definitely trying to be the absolute bare minimum on friction. And I get that intent to a certain extent, but there's a point where it's so bad that it's just not interesting, right? Some games will have it be simple and then there's like a higher end to it later or side stuff. This is just mindless. It's just extremely boring. I mean, even if you're just looking for something to just mindlessly walk around and collect, I feel like there's got to be better stuff for that too. I don't know. There's some craft here. There's some creativity and visuals. There's definitely, there's some passion put into that. But it's all in service of an extremely cynical plague on the industry. And this is not like the granddaddy of the plague or anything. I mean, this is just another installment. The live service fiasco, the gotcha fiasco. So yeah, it's a cute game if you like dressing up. I still don't think it's like amazing. You get a lot of, I guess, variety. But you really want to be more into princess dresses and shit. But as a game in its own right, it's just boring, and it's all just rooted at its core to a system made to essentially tickle the monkey brain as much as it possibly can. Maybe not the worst example of it in the industry. Maybe I haven't played every gotcha game. There's one every fucking day coming out. But that doesn't make it any less fucked. So I'm sure the game's gonna do just great. Anyways, next up, Return to Moria. Didn't quite finish this one yet. Usually I like to, but we're just playing with friends and stuff, so more about hanging with my buddies. It's decent. It's fun. It's fun to play with your friends. I wouldn't call it maybe a good game, but it's a game I like playing with my buds. It is a game about the dwarves taking back Moria. You go through this kind of like Moria Light, right? I mean, it's not obviously a graphically intensive or super big scale game. It's even got some procedural elements in certain areas. And you kind of just work your way through Moria, getting better gear, fighting bosses, getting to the heart of what's wrong with it, and then just kind of take it back. So it's a survival crafting base builder with action combat. You've seen it a million times. This one got okay reviews, kind of panned a little bit, but not too bad. They've updated it a lot. They've updated it. Yeah, that's updated it a lot lately. Which is cool. There probably would have been a lot more of a pain in the ass otherwise. Coming off of Satisfactory, it's a little jank. It's not the best base building. And this is kind of what I mean with Satisfactory. It's amazing it works so smoothly because you play something like Return to Moria and it's a little rough. It's a little rough. It's a little basic at times, right? I mean, you're not doing anything terribly high tech or too wild with the building or with like the defense stuff. There's like a little element of defense. The exploration is mostly just kind of going down somewhat procedurally feeling corridors to mine. But it's fun with buds. It's charming. You know, you can get your drinks out and you can sing together. You can sing while you're mining, and it's Lord of the Rings. I'm a big Lord fan, so it's cool, kind of like shooting the shit about the Lord while you're playing it. The action is kind of just iframe roll stuff. Different weapons that have different kinds of AOE and power and stuff. So that's kind of fun. Cute little bosses. It's very budget. It's very jank. It is not a pushing the boundaries of anything. But like if you're just looking for a little bit of Lord, maybe not crazy quality, but you're just looking for some Lord. You're looking to do a little, if you played a bunch of survival crafting games. I've not played an insane amount for how many of that exists, but if your friends are like, they play one of these a week, that's not too bad, man. I have fun messing around with it. I think if I was playing solo or something, I don't think it would quite stack up. But the co-op elements of it and all that are kind of fun. They've recently patched some of it so that like the trees and stuff respawn. Surprisingly, it's pretty stingy on resources. You kind of really want to get as much as you can. And if you ever get like a new friend joining or two, you're gonna be pretty strapped on resources, which is a little weird. So they've tuned some of that. Yeah, you can kind of build anywhere, sort of. The building's a little jank, but you could kind of put platforms in places and all that stuff. It's fun. It's not crazy great. It's like maybe a little grindy. The exploration isn't like wild. But it's got its charms. It's fun enough if you're the right person for it. And if you're looking to just play some stuff with your buddies, it definitely doesn't hurt. It was free on Epic not that long ago. Probably not anymore. But oh really? Yeah. In this, it's like nothing respawns really. I guess just the trees. The thing with this game is you can create the story world, but you can also create a procedural world where you can like move your guy between them. So maybe they figured they'd make the resources a little tighter in the campaign because if you really wanted to grind out goofy shit, you could just go join a different world. When I say grindy, um, I guess I don't mean like you're gonna just literally go out, mine the same spot over and over. It's kind of got like a shaped world. Like you hit an object and it like breaks a certain way. Um, and so like you'll mine out like a wall, and it looks kind of jank because there's like shit just floating in midair, and then it's just empty, and it always will be empty. Um, it is much. I wouldn't say grindy in the sense that like you're gonna mindlessly just grind the same spot, but more like you don't want to skip over anything. And if you're gonna bring more people in, you're gonna be strapped. Um, it does make it so when you upgrade your stuff, it feels a little more impactful. There are very clear tiers of gear, and if you don't have them, the enemies you could maybe skill through them, but they're stat sponges, right? So and you're gonna have to find special areas to like create certain gear and stuff. And I don't know, I enjoy it. I have fun with it. I wouldn't call it just a good game, like outright, like just crazy good or anything. But I have fun with it. I do like it. I like playing it with my buddies. Hopefully we continue it, but if shit happens, right? I mean, it's the holidays and stuff, so maybe we won't get to it again. Not really a crazy story on it. Nothing really super duper. Um, yeah, that's another thing too. I mean, it's easier with friends, and like I said, I like the Lord of the Rings. They have enough goofy stuff with friends where you're like helping them fight or singing with your buddies, or you have to everybody has to fucking go to bed at the same time, so you make some like creepy room full of beds and stuff, and there's just enough little like things kind of planned for that. And I think they've like upgraded it enough to smooth out some of the pain points. Um, I'll put it on notable. Is it that notable? Not really. The notable parts are just more like, yeah, it's more standard. Like it's fun with friends. It's cool if you like the source material. It's they patch it. I mean, nothing like industry unique. It's a good time though. I've played some other survival crafting games. What about Subnautica, man? Like the godly one. Yeah, if you mean like cookie cutter survival crafting, like your this kind of shit, or I haven't played Valheim yet. DQ Builders 2 doesn't have like food meters and shit like that. It's more like almost Minecraft with the story. Although I guess it's kind of the same then. Yeah, I mean, I play games where you gotta like survive and craft. I'm definitely very familiar with the genre, but I don't play. I feel like there's one of these coming out every week. I'm definitely not like a power player. Right? These are extremely popular in certain groups, and um, probably because of that friction, because of the co-op elements, because it's got a little bit of everything. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm not playing all of them. Right? I've got a bunch on my wish list. I've played a lot of the godly ones. I've, played some weaker ones, but I've definitely not hit every one that comes out. And Shrouded, I think I've watched a lot on this game already. Let me make sure it's the right thing. Is Enshrouded worth it in 2024? Enshrouded just keeps getting better. Is this the one that had the more reactive world elements going on? Where you could like shape the world a little bit? Yeah, well that's the thing, is almost all of these are like that. And I mean that's one of the faults of Moria as well. It's fun if you like the source material, if you like, you know, more generic kind of base builder kind of stuff, you know, and then it's in Moria. It's like it's a good time, right? But it's not industry leading. It's not doing anything super different outside of like setting and stuff. But I mean, it's a setting that does a lot of lifting, right? You're a dwarf. You are like the mining builder dudes, right? You know, so it kind of works there. Like I said, it feels cheap. It's a little jank. Even when we were all playing it together, we were like, yeah, this has got some issues, right? You know, my friends are a bit more power players on these kinds of games, and um, but you still have fun with it. It's still a good time, right? It doesn't feel like I'm just playing like a piece of shit or anything. And it's only fun cause of friends. But it's not. There's a lot of these, right? Your green hells and all that shit, and Valheims, and there's some like your Subnauticas that actually try to balance these systems and truly push the edge on, you know, how this kind of thing could be. But you know, and there's some where it's kind of just they just slap the systems together in a pretty generic way, and you just kind of go through a thing, and they try to spice it up with a couple little charming bits and new settings, and that's kind of where we're at with Moria. Grappling hook and glider. Yeah, I remember watching a lot of preview videos on it and like interviews and stuff. Some people I just happened to listen to were pretty big into the early peak at Enshrouded. I guess people think there's a lot of potential for it. That's not quite there yet. Your friends hold bombs, yeah. Yeah. 70D Arc and Conan Exiles, the main ones I've played. I'd have to think about it. Like I said, I definitely don't just play like every new revival crafting thing that comes out. One, I think get the money for it. And two, I mean, they work a lot better with buddies and shit. There are your ones like, you know, DQ builders and something like a Minecraft or like, you know, I don't even know if I'd count a Terraria. um, we're talking more first person, third person kind of games usually. Subnauticas and shit, like, you know. I'll play the big boys that really stand out, but too much to play, just play like everyone. Yeah, anyways, I had fun with Return to Moria. I'd play more. We'll see. But it's a good time. Not a crazy good game or anything. But there's an attempt there. There's some charm there. And if you're a big Lord person, and you got some buddies, it's a cool enough little time for sure. Definitely not gonna like. I could easily people saying this is dog shit, and they'd be justified. And easy see people say, just bounce or something. But it's if you're in the right zone, not too bad. It's not like technically a fuck game or anything. Anywho, Jesus, I feel like I just talked about this one. I guess because I did. It's been like a couple week or two. More than that, not by much though. Probably like 2 weeks. Ugh. Metaphor Re Fantasio. The other big boy of the year that won half your game awards across all sorts of places. And they spoil a lot of shit. Jesus, I didn't watch these trailers. I'm curious, but whatever. Anyways, so this is the latest game from the Persona team, from Atlas, the company. There's a few teams, I think, but I think this was the Persona folks generally. Maybe Etrian in there. I think they kind of just mix and match. We don't really know, but next Atlas game. It is a Persona meets medieval fantasy class builder. So it has like a calendar system, a social stat with an H. Social stats. The plot is generally the king has been killed. His next of kin is his son is dead. You are someone who actually knows that his son is not dead and he's cursed. The idea is that there is a Giga competition from the old king who's turned with the power of magic into a giant floating rock to pick his successor, and he magically can tell how much faith the people have in each contendee to be his successor, and after a few months he will pick that person and they will be the next king and they will get his like giga staff or whatever. So it's essentially a giant internet popularity contest to decide who's going to be the next king, with magic. And you are someone trying to, while all this is happening, take down people or persons that you think have cursed the prince so he can come out and become the rightly successor to the throne. There's more going on than that. You're part of the competition too. So, you're going to try to sway people and, fight other contestants and stuff. And the game has a lot to say in a very surface level way about rule, society, culture. It is extremely focused on racism. And as something you'd expect from the Persona 5 writing team, it handles it with about the depth of a kiddie pool. So while I respect it for bringing up a lot of topics and having a lot of little takes, I guess, it's definitely a little different than their norm, although hardly as hard hitting as anything they've probably done in the past, in the far past, right? When it comes to like how grim or dark it is, or the kinds of things they bring up. It plays at being deep and dark, but it feels like it's still kind of got kiddie gloves, and it doesn't have, I feel like, the intelligence, or like it's kind of got this like P5 thing where it's kind of got like a naiveness about it at times. It tries to be real and not just say that friendship could save the world, but it's not too far off from still doing that anyways. It kind of tries to play all sides of it. Just get along, everyone. Yeah. I mean, it tries to be deeper than that, but it's not. Like, I mean, it's like, video game kind of like the depth of that kind of storytelling, right? Like, which I shouldn't say that. There's really deep, like, good writing and stuff in video game. I don't think this game is super well written. We call the monsters humans. I think it's not as like one-sided and goofy as that. It doesn't feel kind of like when I was talking about Chicory and like Wonder Song earlier, like sickly sweet and like ultra naive, but it is still a bit naive about stuff. I have more of an issue with it, frankly, being paced like shit after a certain point. That some of the characters really aren't that interesting. That it ends up just kind of being more typical, and that it really just doesn't dig into as much depth and is willing to actually be as dark as it pretends to be. I have a problem with all that. There's like, people who kill children in this, but then they're like, they kind of try to play up sympathy with these people or just don't mention that part anymore. And it comes off as like really like little stuff like that. That's like an example. There's like a lot of like unnatural conversations and like just kind of memory holding little things to try to keep it like, and like little bits of like comedy and stuff to try to keep it really grimdark but still Scooby-Doo at the same time. And I find that balance to just not be very good. I was really worried when I started this it would have that P5 writing again. And I think P5's writing works a lot better because it is in a small city with people going to school and fucking around. This is like you on this like worldwide romp through cultures, trying to decide the fate of like humanity and conspiracies and talking about racism and stuff. And it's like, I'm gonna need a little more than YA tier, like, you know, like fucking surface level takes on this kind of stuff. And I mean, it's not just like, hey, the world's just gonna be a better place if we do X and Y. There's a lot of mentioning of like, it won't just work out if we do this. It won't just work out if we do this. But then by the end of it, you just fuck off and just fuck around anyways. And it just ends up being kind of goofy. And I think it's a poorly told story that has potential at the beginning because you just don't know what's all going to happen. That builds a lot of mysteries that don't really go anywhere terribly interesting. That is probably way too long with characters that, while fun, aren't really super great. Other than that, I think it's pretty attached to the Persona thing. SMT, Megami Tensei in general, always kind of like borrows and copies and certain things, but I've never felt like it was a problem before. It just kind of felt like, that's just kind of what they're doing with this one. It's kind of a spinoff. This one, it felt like it was almost like, I wouldn't say a lack of confidence, but it feels almost more like it's doing the calendar thing and the social stats thing just to kind of, because Persona does it, because Persona's successful in a way. I think it works with this. It's not like super forced, but I kind of was hoping for something that was going to push the edge a bit more. I had problems with the gameplay on that front too. It's a job system in a genre where there's a lot of really creative job systems with lots of crazy synergies and interesting builds. This essentially just ends up being a slower SMT where you play the same thing for 75% of the game, and then at the end they tell you these are the ultimate classes. Don't even bother customizing them hardly because they fuck. I had a problem with that. I think there's a few new mechanics that are kind of nice in the base game combat. But overall, I feel like I'd still rather be swapping through demons quickly and kind of build off of that, or just really push a new kind of combat. I think stuff like Etrian Odyssey, which these people have made, is much more interesting class building, that has better role playing, that has much more dynamic combat, that actually uses tanking, that uses status ailments, that uses summoning and stuff. This feels like they wanted to just kind of do SMT combat, but slap a new kind of focus on it with the job system, and it just doesn't. I mean, it's good. I like it still. I like the combat still. But I'm like a huge fucking Megami Tensei guy, right? So like, I don't think it's quite up to snuff. I think on hard mode, especially, because the enemies get an extra turn, because you get bonuses to like rewards for killing stuff quickly, the game kind of pushes you because of how grindy it is to actually like get your guys leveled up and swap their stuff around. It's very cumbersome at times. to kind of just make these quick kill teams more than really any kind of team with like, you know, tanking or anything. Like even the tanks, it's like, I mean, half of the enemies just have AoE spam, and as soon as they hit one weakness, you just get blown up anyways because they get an extra 20 turns. Like, it's hard to really want to do a tank when you could just kill the guy. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that. There's guys who have like attacks that, put ailments on, but it's like, why not just hit them harder, right? Because it's like Persona where you have a limited amount of time. Um, mana's an issue. There's some really expensive spells and shit in this game. Why even bother when I could just use money or when I could just use like a health or something and then heal it up? And there's all these little things where it's like, you'd want to make some fun combos, but the game's not really receptive enough to them. They're not that fun. And then there's so many systems kind of like that I feel like if you just kind of see between the lines a little bit that clearly benefit from a certain play style that compared to like an FFT or compared to just the quick summoning of something like a Strange Journey and, thinking about rosters and balances of demons or just swapping between new exciting just demons with different looks and stuff. Compared to really trying to build off of that, it just kind of feels um, kind of It's definitely not like fucked. The gameplay is still probably one of the better parts of it. It is still press turn. It's still SMT gameplay. But yeah, I think it's far from the most exciting job system, and I really was hoping that with a big new game, new IP, they would not depart in a huge way, but really try to push like a new angle. I think its attachment to Persona stuff, its attachment to press turn with a twist, kind of hurts it a bit. It's frankly dog shit story after a certain point. I was super done with the game by the end of it. I think I'm really into it for a long time. And then you realize it's really not going to go anywhere, and all of the writing is just falling apart. I think it's a slow burn that builds up a nice feeling that something sweet could happen, but it never really does. I think it's really not that great looking of a game. This game got sucked off for art direction. I don't know if people just didn't play anything this year or what. Um, the dungeons all look the same, the side dungeons. Um, it generally, I mean, I don't care a whole lot about the fidelity, but it's not an amazing looking game. It's got kind of this like parchment art style that looks not too bad at times, but it's pretty generic fantasy feel, low fantasy even. There's some really cool art direction, really crazy cool art direction on some of the still screens, which they're just stills. They're just little pieces of art that jiggle a little bit. When you go to some of the vistas, and you're like, wow, man, like it's actually bad for the game, even though they're really good. Because you're like, why isn't the game look like that? Why is there not creative, really crazy out there fantasy stuff, right? I mean, this game even has like sci-fi elements. It's like, why not mix some, really wild, creative shit in there? I'm like, you could go back to like SMT3, and it's like super abstract and weird looking places and stuff. And it's not that they've never done anything like that before in cheaper games. It's honestly just kind of boring. The main areas tend to be either like castle, bigger castle, sewer, under a castle. Um, there's a few other little things like that, but even those aren't that spicy. There's not really that much interesting like level design kind of elements. They're not bad, and I think the one of the big new things is they make it so if guys are low level, you can just action fight them. Obviously not great action combat, but it's rewarding to just get a little above a guy and then you could just destroy him. It does mean you end up like doing a lot of the action combat as you go, and it's definitely the best way to like just like farm up money or something. But the game's so long already, it's totally fine. It's cute for sure, but yeah. Meguro does the music. I think SMT has godly music. I think Meguro's work's been really great. Some of the other people who work on SMT and stuff are really great. I love that song, but distract. Not his best work this time. Even as far as like big epic orchestral goes, I still probably prefer Strange Journey. It feels more distinct. This is still probably better art wise or, music wise than like a lot of your just like mainstream, maybe more AAA type of shit. So I think that's maybe a lot of why it gets sucked off. But compared to their history and just all the other little indies and stuff coming out, while it's a big game with lots going on and probably effort on that front, I just find most elements of it to be a little subpar. Yeah, the Meguro soundtrack is like, I don't know. There's not enough music in this. It can get kind of repetitive, and frankly, just a lot of the epic orchestral stuff is just not really that interesting. There's a few bangers for sure, but I don't know. I almost have never said, "Man, I don't really even want to get the Meguro soundtrack." I don't on this one. So, I think this one is kind of just overrated this year. I think it's a good game. I know I just trashed it the whole time. I still think it's like fun. I still think it's interesting. But if you haven't played a large amount of Megami Tensei, go for that. I feel there's a lot of games with more interesting job systems, with better stories. If you just are hard up on Persona 5, and I like Persona 5, I think it's great. And you just need another dose, I guess go for it. But if they're going to do another one of these, I am going to need a fucking massive upgrade, dude. I've never felt like any of these were like cheap before either. This has elements of like kind of wonky animations and like boring looking cut copy areas that felt like cheap. And I generally don't care too much about that kind of thing, right? I just don't think it was effective in how I used that kind of crap. If it was going to be like that, I would have preferred something else. Also, I don't know on the calendar system. I mean, it made a big difference, but it does almost push you to grind a little bit more to not waste your day so you can get all your S links and shit. Oh, because there are S links and stuff, right? The social links. The SMT5 Vengeance. Is that what you mean? The new version? Not yet. I plan on it this year, though. I'm really looking forward to that. I was going to. I had it in my hands, and I just got busy, so I had to send it back. Yeah. I like SMT better than this, and I bet Vengeance is way better than this. So shame that got kind of snubbed, honestly. I mean, I know it's just a new version, but I guarantee the music's better. I guarantee it's more fun. Maybe the story's not great either. Who knows? I don't know on Vengeance, but I would definitely recommend SMT5 before Metaphor. Most people wouldn't, I imagine, if they're more like kind of dabble in the genre, but yeah. So I don't know. Still fun, still worth a play if you're into what you're seeing, but I find it to be extremely overrated. As a big fan of their games, as a big fan of the genre, not quite there for me. Anyways, our last 5 or so. Hui, it's 13 minutes till midnight for me. We'll go a little over. Not that I needed to be done by then or anything. So let's go ahead. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. If you guys been watching recently, a lot of these are going to start to be a little bit more. You've heard them. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is a new Indiana Jones game. There's a lot of them back in the day, not so much anymore. The franchise might as well be dead up until this point. People don't like Crystal Skull, rightfully so. Did anybody watch Dial of Destiny? Who knows? I like Indiana Jones quite a bit. I like the old ones quite a bit. There's a couple games I've played, like Fate of Atlantis. I like pretty well. LucasArts game. I played a little Infernal Machine a long time ago. I don't remember it well. I don't think most Indiana Jones games are considered very good. This is made by. Hey, Happy New Year's, bub. I'm looking good. I'm looking haggard, man. Bloated. Thank you, though. I'm sure you're looking good, too. I just will assume. I'll assume that's the case. Why wouldn't it be? But yeah, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Made by Machine Games, so it's the people who made Wolfenstein, the new Wolfensteins. He's naked looking at himself in the mirror like, damn, I look good, man. Jesus. Happy New Year's to me. Yeah, we got, anybody else got fireworks? I got plenty. But, yeah, so, I'm not big on the machine games. I think Wolfenstein, The New Order, and The New Colossus are, yeah, who is this? Who is he? I think they're fun little campaign run throughs. The Old Blood was probably one of the better ones, I guess. I didn't play Young Blood. I don't think it's supposed to be good. Oh, really? Yeah, no rain here. It's getting colder, but that's about it. Sadly. But it was an accident. Well, you mean the first reboot, or it's more like sci-fi, or was it sci-fi? There's the old first reboot during the Dude Bro era, and then it was like the two new Machine Games ones, and then the old Blood, which was the one in between with like the supernatural shit. Yeah, I wonder how a firework looks when it's lighting up like raindrops and shit. But who knows? Maybe they just don't do it. People don't want to be out, I guess, in it too. So yeah, I'm not huge on machine games. Those campaigns are fun enough, but they're a little obnoxious at times. The gunplay is just kind of fine. I don't think they're doing anything super special. Some forced stealth and stuff. Oh, did they do that as well? There's been 5 Wolfenstein games since the olden days. The first reboot, the second reboot, if I remember correctly, the expansion side game, The Old Blood. Let me look through here. The New Colossus, then Young Blood. So yeah. So there's this one made by Raven Software. That some people know. I didn't play this one. Then 5 years later, you get the New Order. Yeah, because I think Death Head's in both of them. And then it gets a sequel and a spin-off. And then it gets the co-op dog shit sequel. New Order? Okay, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I had fun with that one. I don't hate them, but I find them extremely forgettable. The only Wolfenstein I still want to play is Return to Castle Wolfenstein. I've played the originals and everything. But, yeah. So anyways, I'm not huge on their games, so I was a little skeptical going into this one. I'm a big indie fan. I like the original 3 movies. I guess, does that make you a big fan? I'm a big fan of the original 3 movies. I don't know if there's any indie fans that love like every indie thing. I don't know, it's probably like that kind of Star Wars fan. Like, how could you, right? This was good. I think they really nailed it pretty well. I think Troy Baker does a good job pretending to be Harrison Ford. He leaks through as Troy Baker often enough, but never in a way that you just kind of really notice without thinking about it. I think the approach to having like an immersive sim light was pretty cool. You're not having to think too hard. Frankly, the AI is pretty bad, and the stealth is kind of whatever. Everything's very light. Like the action is pretty mindless, the shooting's pretty mindless, but the combination of all of it and these kind of like big open different chunks of locations you go to, like Egypt and the Vatican and stuff, all of that combined makes for a good time, right? Like you break apart a single element of this, and it maybe is a little weak. But you put it all together over like a 20-30 hour thing, and it's pretty cool. I think it's very faithful. I think they kind of bring back the goofiness and the over the top. Well, it still gets a little over the top, but in a way you could maybe buy more. Not like Crystal Skull with like flying through the Amazon or getting nuked or fucking like goofy ant shit. I mean, I guess I could. The CG crap, fucking George Lucas and stuff. Um, there's a nice amount of like going through little, slowly, just walking kind of through ruins and stuff. I don't. I think a little more depth on the ruins, having to apply yourself a little more to the gameplay, having to solve a little bit more stuff and really heighten the exploration would be kind of nice. But it's still fun just running around, looking at the map, finding shit. I think the game is trying to be pretty frictionless. I have a problem with the checklisty nature of all the side content. I think the major side stuff is good, and if you're gonna play this game, which I recommend, don't do any side shit outside of the major stuff. Really, like the big side quests, because it's pretty typical AAA there. Bazillions of collectibles of increasingly less interesting shit as you go. For frankly not really that interesting or rewards. It's mostly stats. And it's a game that's at least on normal piss fucking easy. And I wouldn't even want to be playing it on hard because it's really just not like that wild of a system. You get some fun little shooting here and there. You get a couple, you can knock dudes out with all the right sound effects. They perfectly did the sound effects and the look of everything. When you're playing Indiana Jones, it's a power trip to a certain extent. It's not like I'd want more friction, but more on how like you cleverly apply yourself to situations, um, how puzzles work, how exploration works, and pathfinding, and how you do cute little stuff with the environment, the immersive sim elements. I think just like the action, it's whatever. Point is, I think the exploration stuff, the checklisty crap, is quite honestly really boring. And it gets. I would not recommend going for 100% at all. It's just really uninteresting. Except the rewards are bad because the combat's not really super crazy, and I just don't think they keep it interesting enough. It's got that kind of like AAA bloat, where they just kind of have to fill a location with stuff. So I think the game kind of has a pacing issue there, but I also just kind of still like that you do explore an area and walk around and kind of take your time with it. It's not an Indiana Jones movie as much as it is you are just Indiana Jones. So you'll end up in movie scenarios, but in between that, you're just like walking around, talking to people, getting to locations and stuff. And I think the villain's really cool. He's really well acted. I'm not much for the sidekick in this one. She can be a little too chatty. It's got that AAA or thing where they got to constantly talk and tell you what to do. And because it's also a AAA thing, they're not going to challenge you in any way. So it feels extra shitty. But overall, man, it looks right how it should be. It feels like you're in any movie. It sounds like you're in any movie. Their personalities, for the most part, feel right on. Maybe some sequences aren't as interesting. Maybe the pace isn't quite like a movie. But it's got the villains. It's got the Nazis. It's got the big ancient set pieces of mystery and stuff. Do I prefer it over the movies anyway? Probably not. I like it better than Crystal Skull, but I think it's a good time. I think it's a good blueprint for maybe the future. Maybe they'll get a bit more ballsy with some of the depth of like looking around and figuring stuff out and immersive sim elements and figure out how to do the pacing a little better and stuff like that. So. But really, it's good. I would recommend it. I don't know. It's on the fringe. Like I said, I was a little bored by it at times. I didn't get like fire in me like when I'm watching a movie or something. But it is well made. They kept their overly quirky, goofy Wolfenstein bullshit in their pants. It definitely feels more on point. It's well done. It's a good game. I would definitely recommend it. I played it through the cloud. It was my first time playing the game through the cloud because you need ray tracing. I don't have my GPU doesn't do it. So I tried the cloud. Honestly, pretty good. Not too bad. I think this is like the perfect kind of game to be played on the cloud. It's slow. You don't need to respawn very quickly, so you're not going to notice really any input lag. You know, it's a visually nice looking game, but you're not going to have like an insane bitrate problem. It's got a little blurriness. Some of that might just be what they're streaming it from. DLSS bullshit and all that. I don't think it looks great through the cloud, but I don't think it hurt the experience for me at all. I mean, it hurt it maybe compared to me just being on like a great rig, but I don't think it just like fundamentally fucked it like it might with Stalker. So yeah, it was good. It's probably best thing from indie since Fall of Atlantis. What came out first, the third movie or Fall of Atlantis? It's Fall of but yeah, probably since the actual third movie, as far as it actually feeling like a movie, right? So pretty cool. I am not like insane about it. Like some people are really popping off about this. I respect that. I'm just not quite there. Happy New Year! We've hit it. We've hit it. The fireworks are going. The number says 1200. I feel very different. I feel like a new man. Older man. New and worse. Downgraded. Alright. McPixel 3. Yeah, Happy New Year, guys. If it's not already been for you. So McPixel 3 is the second game in the McPixel series. It is a comedy game. It is a point and click comedy game. How it works is you kind of spawn in a hub area. You randomly go to some location. It starts a sequence, and more or less what happens is you go through, 5 to 10 extremely. Whoa. Jesus. Valorant. Well.
Dylan.
Thanks, Bruce. Jesus. Happy New Year, dude. God bless Valorant, and more importantly, God bless Bruce. Hey, Jesus, thanks. Happy New Year, buddy. Damn, some big hits there, too. Thank you very much. Very generous. Awesome, dude. Oh, wait, we can't see the alerts. You can hear them, though. They're hidden somewhere. Well, thank you anyways, though. Yeah, they're like hidden back here. Whoa! Yeah, gotta make fun of them like we make fun of me when we need the app. I'll unlock a random emote when we click this.
Dylan! You son
Thank
of a
you.
bitch.
Oh yeah, the chat was behind there the whole time. Or did I just move it on accident? Yeah, thank you, Bruce. Happy New Year, buddy. Yeah. Well, on the tier list, Bruce is better than McPixel 3, man, for sure. We'll put him in the best category, man. Just put Bruce right here. Bruce. Yeah, the fireworks are going pretty hard here. It's a little distracting. But yeah, so you go through these sequences that are like a minute or less, sometimes 10 seconds. They're like timed. And essentially what you do is you just trial and error random shit, and then crazy comedy gags will happen. And sometimes you'll save the day, sometimes you'll win, and sometimes you'll lose, and you just kind of keep going through it, trial and error, just seeing different goofy comedy shit until you clear it. And you just do that for like 5 hours, and that's the game. The humor is it gets you a smile. It's fun. The game is clearly like made with a lot of passion. It's very charming. It's got a soul. It's a lot of toilet humor though. A lot of the same gags. Just kicking people or bombs going off. But they can get creative sometimes. Play with genre conventions and stuff as like gags, like like Prince of Persia there and stuff. Some of it can be just so random and over the top. I guess it can be pretty fun. Um, Sometimes it's a little too much trial and error. Can be a little boring. There's some pretty great sequences by the end. I do think the game should have ended one chapter before it did. They do like a raid on Devolver Digital's like headquarters or something in this, and it's pretty entertaining because it goes from like Wolfenstein to like a shmup to like a tower defense, and like there's all these like different like mechanics and stuff. And then like the next chapter is like the most trial and error boring chapter in the game, and it kind of ends on that. I did 100% this game too. You can get like 100% for finding all the gags and stuff. I think it runs its course perfectly fine. Just a fun little game to smile and just goof around with for 4 or 5 hours. And I think it's cool for that. Um, I guess I'd put it as good. I had fun with it. I definitely had my fill by the end of it. I think it's on the fringe. It can get a little samey, but its heart's where it needs to be, and it's pretty awesome for that. Let's move on again. And thank you again, Bruce. We're almost done. Then we'll look over them. If you guys want to talk industry, or if there's anything you feel like just needed to be brought up, it's always open. I don't know if I'll have any really wild special takes or information gleaned from the list this year. I think we've kind of talked about that. I think for AAA, this is a pretty shit year. AAA keeps eating ass the more we go. I think your more budget, big success stories like Elden Rings and all that. I don't really consider that AAA as much. They're definitely a bit more budget, but I guess it is in that vein. That kind of stuff's still going strong, but good year for indies. Pretty slow otherwise though for most of it. I got an emote. Creepy ass motherfucker, man. Choo choo, dude. Oh, it's noodles. I thought this was like its teeth, dude. I thought this was like some kind of fucking like horror creature. It looks like teeth when it's like that's just like its body on the bottom. But yeah, we'll see how the year was for me and for the rest of it. I think I've been pretty generous on the worst games. I think this year I needed to create a meh, like an ugh category, ugh. Um, I think there's some stuff that is a little too close to being good. That's in the same kind of realm as stuff that's a little too close to being true shit. I don't think it's a big deal. This doesn't have to be that granular. But I think if anybody's looking for a recommendation, having some of these be close to others is maybe a bit too much on the left here. But not a big deal. Anyways, let's go ahead and wrap it up here. Love that fucking email. Nine Souls. Nine Souls fucked. I was a big fan of Nine Souls. This was a really great game. If you like Metroidvanias, I'd recommend it quite a bit. If you like good combat, I'd recommend it quite a bit. It's a good time. It's got a cool little setting. They call it like Tao Punk. It's like Taoist punk on the trailers. This kind of Taoist mysticism mixed with like like future sci-fi kind of stuff going on. It's pretty sweet. The music's really excellent. I think sometimes maybe it could use a little bit more variety here and there. And if as far as a Metroidvania goes, it's a touch more linear, not super linear, but you can generally full clear areas every time you get to them. But man, the combat experience, the feel of the parries, how clean the fucking animations are and the enemies, the enemy variety, um, just the bosses, like it's one of those. It's not just about how it conceptually tries to be. It's just very well executed, and how it actually kind of pulls it off. Like it's just it's very polished, very well executed. It's crazy because these people just did like walking story games before this, so to come out really swinging is pretty impressive. So yeah, fun to explore. Pretty good little length on it. Um, it's got like your Hollow Knight influences and stuff. I mean, what doesn't have influences from each other in the Metroidvania world? The core gameplay is going to always be similar between each person's playthrough, but really, there's a lot of build variety and how risky you want to play, and how rewarding that ends up being, or how much you care about maybe just like survival and stuff. So cool little build thing, fun little upgrades, but story's not too shabby. I expected a bit more of like a rough translation and stiffness. Some of the characters were endearing. I liked the feel probably at the beginning more than the end, with how like dark it is. It looks very cartoony. This game opens up with this dude's brains leaking out of his head and his like guts ripped out. it is not. It is not like a fucking cartoony game. It's actually very fucking grim. Kind of going for more of like a depressing thing. Um, So it's cool for that. It's got an atmosphere. It's got a vision for sure, and I like that about it. I don't think the story's always hitting at its best. I don't think it always has the most evocative areas and atmosphere, but it usually hits more than it doesn't, and the story is more than serviceable enough to highlight or to prop up and just like not bring down the combat, which is like the best part. The gong noises when you're parrying, that you have like Makiri counter stuff from like Sekiro, but that you still have iframe dodges. The talisman system where you like apply these like bombs you have to charge off. Like everything just feels very smooth. Is it said with a T or a D? What is? I've already lost. I must have. I've lost the plot, bro. I forgot what I said. Probably nine souls. Taoist. Taoist. This song is at the bottom there. Lovely Soul by Toki Monster. I haven't listened to her stuff in a while, but. Oh, I don't know actually. I just say Tao. I'm not actually sure if you're supposed to say like Taoist or something. If I sounded like I said it with the D, I didn't mean to. Yeah, Tao, Taoist, Tao, Taoism. I'm not quite sure. That's a good question. If I've been saying it wrong, then fuck. I just read how I see it. Huh. Yeah, interesting. No, I had no idea. Honestly, I don't know a lot about it. Um, it's definitely like a big aesthetic in this, but it's not like it's based too much on real, too many principles, like specifically like real world stuff. So Tao and Taoism. Oh, so Tao is like you wouldn't say Taoism, you'd say Taoism, but you'd say Tao when you're just talking about a shorthand, or is there two different things? Okay. Yeah, I just kind of got the chill music, kind of just quietly in the back there. So yeah. Anyways, Nine Souls. I don't really have a lot of big problems with it. There's some things that aren't, maybe pushing it as much as the rest of it, but overall, it's an excellent game, and a year full of really good Metroidvanias. It's crazy there was more. Um, so yeah, no problem, G-Man. Anytime. Yeah, it might be hard to read the song on the bottom here. So if you guys ever want to know, just ask. Yeah, not a problem. I don't know. I haven't listened to a new album by her in a long time. She does some cool kind of like new job as esque kind of hip hop beat stuff. Yeah, definitely play Nine Souls though. Really good. It's not easy. If you're doing the true end, it's really not easy. I spent like 4, 5, 6 hours doing that boss, but it's a good time. Yeah, I really don't have a whole lot of big issues with it. Anyways, next up, Mothman. Get this fucking list wrapped up. Mothman 1966. Yeah, Rip New Job is shame, man. Definitely too early, but luckily he's influenced a lot of people, and there's a lot of good stuff out there, kind of like that. So. Yeah, and Mothman 1966 though. Um, I was pretty excited for this one. It looked really cool. I like these kind of like retro, kind of going for the serialized, like Tales from the Crypt, kind of like little um stylized horror type of things. Mothman 1966. I was kind of hoping it would be more about Mothman. There's not enough Mothman stuff, man. So it's like an hour too long. It's actually their first in a big series they've done of these. Apparently, they just get better every time. I'm excited to try those out, like Beast Man and shit, like, or Bear Man or some shit, and all that. But yeah, this game has the art style, um, the aesthetics, but that's really about all it has. It tries to be gamey. It's really more of a VN. I put it on the VN tier list. Um, the gamey parts tend to take away from any kind of momentum or pace of the story or tension. They tend to be too long, probably too gamey, and not slotted in terribly well. Like, hey, here's a part where they're going down the highway to get to a place, and then they get out of the car and there's like some wolves, and it's like, oh shit, that's spooky. There's wolves, and then you like play a very long mini game where you slowly scare the wolves away. It's like we probably could have just had it be that the wolves were acting weird and it was a little spooky, or maybe something happened with Mothman and then they just escape. They just move it. But instead they will stop and do these things, and they're not very fun. And really they're in service of a story that's really not too interesting. I think it jumps the shark too hard and tries to be too big and crazy. I think for how slow it starts, which is fine because it builds the characters a bit. Nobody's really likable, but that's maybe the intent. It really jumps the shark and like rushes to this end about, well, Mothman kinda and all this other shit. There's really not a lot of Mothman. There's like a good chunk with him, but like that's kind of it. He's technically there after that, but he's just one of many things. So, and then it's kind of over. It kind of feels like, if this was a series of 5 games in one pack, this would just kind of be that weird episode of like your Tales from the Crypt or Twilight Zone. Fun maybe to just watch on the side, as you're getting ready for the other ones. But as a standalone experience, not really too great. I don't think it was bad. I think it's short enough that it keeps itself from overstaying its welcome, and I do like the look of it. I don't think the like minute to minute dialogue was like horrible, but how it all flowed and the big story beats and the pace was kind of. So I'm looking forward to seeing the other games. Apparently, they just kind of keep getting better. Some of them seem to be a little longer, which I think this needed. VNs can be short, but it's a medium that it tells a story slower than if it was like animated on screen. So I feel like there needs to be a little bit of meat there. I think if you're gonna tell like a Lovecraft type of like super short story, it needs to be focused and I think this is way too unfocused for an hour-long game. So, I don't think it's like horrid, but it's close to being a worst game of the year. But, I didn't really hate it or anything. It's just kind of weak. Now, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. This game fucked. I'm a big fan on this one. This was the last full game we finished. I'm gonna be working UFO 50 for more months, but I put it on here anyways because I got almost 100 hours in it, and I think we got the idea. Enough to talk about it for this year, right? Very you game, yeah. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes is the next game by the people who made Sayonara Wild Heart. I guess they might have worked on Isla Milo too. There's enough references to it in here. It is how to describe it. It is if you took the monsters out of Resident Evil, injected it with steroids, and then put a little bit of like David Lynch on it. Maybe a little Suda in there. So it is essentially you are this chick who shows up at this hotel for reasons. And you need to essentially kind of go through a survival horror mansion, solving puzzles, taking notes, keeping information, thoroughly exploring stuff, and kind of running your way back and forth through this like labyrinthian mansion and getting shortcuts and kind of warping to other set pieces and special locations. It's very kind of abstract. It's real. Oh yeah, there was a couple puzzles where I was stuck for a little bit. I don't think this is a game that you will be like truly like stumped for a long time. I think it's got a very nice difficulty. The puzzles in this are a little less mechanical and a little bit more about patterns, recalling information, patience. You can't solve everything right away. Thoroughness of exploration, stuff kind of like that. There are puzzles with raw mechanics and stuff, but there's nothing that's like shared through it all, like in a Witness where there's like a certain kind of mechanic. But so you need to be able to look at something and kind of like see a pattern in it, and pathfind in some areas and bring certain things to other places and remember like your Roman numerals or your zodiac signs and all that. And they make sure all that information's there. There's like books and stuff where you can recall and all that. There was very few things I felt like I needed just to kind of like know from outside of the game that they didn't provide. But yeah, kind of being tuned in and making inferences and deductions and stuff was kind of a lot of how the puzzles work. I thought it was really good. If you're looking for a story game, it's definitely there, but it's got a lot going on. It's not gonna like explain it to you. You're not even gonna the validity of what's going on half the time. If I take the game at face value, I could tell you what's going on, but it's not quite as surreal as like a David Lynch thing where it's almost almost purely vibes based. Where like the meaning can sometimes it's not even important, or it's so deep in there that you don't need to think about it as much. This definitely has more of an upfront story. There are details, there are things explained. The entire like checklist of the game, the percent is like how much of the truth you've uncovered. It's kind of a murder mystery, I guess, but yeah, there's a lot of going on. It's very abstract, between the style, the storytelling, and how they divvy out information, the meaning, the themes. It'll bring up little things that'll maybe make you have a little combo you're streaming. But generally, it's just walking around this mansion, making your way through different puzzles and trying to figure out how to just kind of unlock more areas and go deeper and deeper in. If I had some issues with it, it'd probably be like the menus. There's movement and then there's one button, and that button just opens the menu or interacts with stuff in front of you. Um, while this game, she has photographic memory, so every single thing you ever see will be saved, essentially. Well, I mean, not just like random walls, but anything of value you see will be saved. It's a few menus deep. You can't like quickly move through the menus. It's kind of like a slow scroll. It's not the worst thing, but that coupled with not really being able to like pull the information out like right in front of you while you're doing stuff, it means I would really recommend playing this game with a screenshot button or a phone, or also a notepad. You know, probably want all of them. You're not going to write a whole lot of notes, not like La Milana or something, because generally the level you're going to have to recall stuff isn't super far back. You just need to remember it exists, and then you'll probably just be able to kind of input info. Like I said, there's a few times I was stuck. Generally, it was pretty much just me ping ponging around, finding shit. I think if you got some game sense, I guess with this kind of thing, it's probably a little easier. There is some stuff where you just kind of have to make a leap as to what an important number might be, or like something like that, and they just kind of trust you to intuit it. There's no hints. Well, there is funny that you can call a guy and ask him for hints, but he just says nonsense. Like the game clearly doesn't like give a fuck. Like it, you just need to like figure it out, right? Like it's not about like just taking the easy way out. I mean, people got walkthroughs online anyways, so I can't blame them. So I kind of respected that. It's not for everybody, not because it's not good, but more because it's niche. It's always black and white like this, very stylish, and I think it mixes up stuff a lot. There's areas you'll go to that are like for PS1 levels. They feel like they're just right out of like Silent Hill. They're even like that's the idea is you are like in like a retro game console thing, like little set pieces here and there. You'll do stuff like that. And they'll feel really distinct and cool and interesting. But for the most part, you're walking through this mansion and it looks like this for most of the game. It's about took me 100%. I did like every little thing because there's a lot of little side stuff. I have a 26 hours on it. I probably talked for like 3 or 4 hours at the end, but like you're looking at like depending on your speed, probably like a 20 to 25 hour, 100%. If you did 100%, you're still probably looking at about 20 hours. It's not too much different there. But yeah, I really liked it. It's niche, kinda. It's not so difficult that it's niche in that way. Like you just couldn't, it's impenetrably difficult, and you just have to really be in the zone for it. I would say that's more of like a La Milana thing, where it's like, if you want to solo that, you really gotta like lock in, right? So Lorelei, I don't think is that hard, but it's very satisfying, and I like its approach to puzzles. It's refreshing enough, right? If you've been doing a lot of mechanics heavy stuff, but it's cool. I like that feels like it's got a pretty uncompromising vision, right? Like they don't care about holding your hand too much. They don't really care about the menus in a way. I mean, some of that could be a little better. I think certain things like the coffee and all that makes you run quicker probably could actually be like an upgrade, right? There's some stuff that's kind of like, you know, maybe pointlessly cumbersome, but I mean, you have an infinite inventory and all that kind of stuff, so it's not like it's fucked or anything. So, and you'll use it. I had like fucking 40 objects by the end of that shit. Like I said, it's like Resident Evil on like roids, um, but without the monsters. It's just if you just did puzzles. So, really liked it. Would recommend it. I'm glad I did. Very different from Sayonara Wild Hearts, I must say. Very different. Anyways, our last game, which I started months ago, but I've only gotten through like half of it, I guess, technically. I don't know. There's a lot going on in this game. I've got like 100 hours in it. UFO 50, if you've not seen it, it's kind of going back to the Action 52. It's kind of like a reference to that. It is a collection of 50 entire games, charting the make-believe history of a company called UFOsoft. from 1981 to 1989, so they're more retro. It tries to be pretty faithful to some of the limitations graphically and all that of the time. Don't let that. Yeah, it's awesome. Spoilers, it's really good. Don't let that fool you though. There are a lot of like modern inspirations and fusions and touches. I mean, I haven't seen some of these games. I have not actually looked into all the games yet. I'm doing them like 4 or 5 at a time. I beat one, then I'll like unlock another and just kind of rotate. Yeah, we got dungeon crawling. I haven't seen any of these, dude. But I don't look. Want to be surprised a little bit, but yeah. So it's there's a insane amount of variety from platformers to shooting to point and clicks to more arcadey stuff to RPGs to all that. But it's mostly interesting because of how it kind of really the quality level on these is pretty good. Like I've played some of these for like 8 hours just to finish them. They're not just like dumb little fucking games. Usually they're interesting fusions. There's one that's like Pong with a fighting game. You know, there's like a one that one's like an escape room, not escape room, like an escape sequence from like Metroid, but with like currency that you build up and you can spend and get upgrades. And some are full JRPGs. I haven't played that one yet. This one's awesome. Rail Heist. I've played just a little bit. It's like an immersive sim. It's probably a better immersive sim than Indiana Jones is. Um, there's a golf game that's like a Zelda thing. There's some really cool ideas and fusions of like retro and some kind of modern game elements. You might see like a game that's maybe controls kind of like Pac-Man, but it's like Splatoon with like painting the ground and stuff like that. So there's, I guess, supposed to be maybe a meta story. I have not found it yet. So I wouldn't say play it if you're looking for some kind of like story to thread it together. Maybe it is actually there and it's impressive. I'm not sure. But these games have so much going on: bonus modes, multiplayer, co-op. Apparently, you can put in like terminal codes for all these for like practice and different versions and all sorts of crazy, goofy stuff. There's so many different genres. It's really addicting. I played a little bit off stream, but play a lot of it on stream. Cyber Browse, that'll be the last one I get to. Well, I mean, I won't be the last one I finish, but I'll boot it up. Yeah, people have been talking about Cyber Browse. It's supposed to be tough to get the cherry, but looking forward to it. I did finally beat Divers last night with the cherry. I told myself I'd only go for the golds, and how this game works is you beat it and you get a gold, and beating it, on some of them is just like a arbitrary point value, and then beating it harder is the cherry. And I told myself I'm just doing the gold, and now I've cherried like half of the stuff I've played. I can't help myself. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna go for full cherry. Some of them I think are gonna be a nightmare, but there's not many of these I just haven't liked. And the ones that I feel like I maybe don't like Hotfoot, I just haven't given much of a shot. So a lot of fun. It's gotta be one of the best values out there. That isn't some like grindy infinite live service thing, right? Jesus, another golf game. They're not all godly hits, and some of these on their own maybe wouldn't be crazy, but as an ensemble, you take breaks from some, you dabble in some. Some of them aren't too long. You come back to them. You work your way through maybe some connections between them. I don't know. It's pretty cool. So, really like this one. I have not even gotten through half the games yet. I've unpacked, I think 31 games. Yeah, I doubt I've even seen gameplay for it, but I'm sure it's cool. But yeah, so really neat. I mean, if you really hate retro games and especially arcade stuff, because a lot of these will be arcadey. I'd say out of all of them I've played, probably half of them are more arcadey, so like full game overs, scoring, and stuff like that. Maybe you'll be hurting a little bit, but man, there's so many things for everyone in this. Unless you just really hate things that look old because you're broken. then I think it's a good time. So it's cool. Made by KDkill and 5 other dudes. So that's the person who made Spelunky, shit like that. So I hope this one keeps getting more traction. I honestly think there's so many indies later this year, and because it looks kind of old, I don't know if it's got as much traction as it should. It's got great word of mouth, but I don't know how much taking the world by storm right. Hopefully it kind of keeps burning for sure. So I'll be still playing it, no doubt. But yeah, definitely one of a kind. One of those very rare, just kind of crazy games. So awesome. Yeah, PC only. I think this would be a great Switch thing. And I get they made this on like Game Maker or something, so maybe there's like limitations there. So they're gonna take their time, I imagine, to port it. But yeah, this is one of the few games where I was like, man, if I had a Steam Deck, that would actually be sick. I just sit here and play a little bit. We'll probably actually play some when I'm done with this, unless I've got the Cuphead shit in the mail. But I kind of doubt the mail's even running today. So, anyways, guys, I'm gonna take a piss. Enjoy more of that cold coffee. It's supposed to be warm coffee. And then we're gonna organize this bad boy. I'm gonna look back through everything just real quick. See if any of these were just totally wrong, or if I'm not feeling comfy with it. We'll take a peek, see what were the best games I played this year. If there was like one or two that I think are just the best, maybe I'd say it, but pretty rare. I usually don't do drain the pisser or drain that coffee, man. Both. I am gonna keep drinking it though. Although I have a little bit more warm in there. Not really mind. It's actually so cold now, it's gone beyond lukewarm that it's actually almost like cold coffee because it's getting colder in here. But yeah, so we'll see what games we're gonna play this year and see what games that came out this year that were really good. If you guys played any this year that you really like, that obviously I haven't because I can't play everything. It's impossible. Actually, it was bothering me a bit earlier. I was thinking about, I was like, damn, there's like thousands of games that come out every year, and I was like, I can only get through 141, and that's a lot. um, Granted, 90% of games that come out are probably massive shit piles, but yeah, recommendations are always great. And we'll see what was bad. I think I was a little generous on some of the worst this year. I had a few notable things on here, just notable piles for me. Just I just wanted to mention something for my future self, or somebody wanted to get a recommendation on like something special about one of these games, good or bad. That despite maybe not being rated anywhere, something to draw from it. Usually games I put into the best pile, I don't put in notable because it's already I'm already popping off. So drink iced coffee in the morning. At least drink one hot coffee. Yeah. I usually get some kind of caffeine intake every day, but not always coffee. If I could get like really good iced coffee every day, I would. But like from a place, but that's too expensive. I should make my own more. Anyways, guys, I'll go ahead and actually start organizing it, I suppose, here. Not going to be able to set it up by the order I played it, so this was the order I played all these. If for some reason you care about the order I played these, I've got the proper list I can link. It's under the stream. But we're going to have to destroy that. Boink. How many games did I put as good? 79? Almost half of them. That's too generous. I played a lot of good stuff here. A lot of decent stuff. This is like the decent pile. So we'll see on the rest. Anyways, I'll be right back. Because a lot of this year is backlog, which is awesome. Not enough backlog, though. I didn't feel like I actually got into my backlog at all. I just was going through like a family. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Ooh, I checked the mail too. Alright, let's double check this. Run it back real quick. I'll share it here in case there's something somebody wants to talk about before we wrap it up. Or if you're looking for recommendations, I guess. I've got one for the last like 4 or 5 years, right? Anyways, good games. Bird Story a little to the left. I'll make 2. Animal Well. Code Astro. Outro. Beanie. Body Manor. I don't think the good games pile I'm going to make any changes to. I barely put it in best. I think it's objectively just really well made. It didn't grab me and it get me addicted like most people. But I think from the aesthetics to the tunes, to just the feel of pulling off a cool deck and the little unlocks and stuff, it's pretty fun. I think maybe a more grand, interesting unlock system and more variety going on, maybe aesthetically and stuff, but for what it is, the cute take on poker hands and a roguelike formula, I think it's pretty good time. I think it might just be good for me, maybe not best in a way, but you know, I like the dev. I think it's a really well made game. I did have a lot of fun with it for like 13 hours. But I don't think it's like Set My World on Fire is like some obscenely creative, just boundary pushing thing or anything like that. It's just clean. It's solid. It's well executed. But yeah, I wasn't. You know, I'm addicted to like UFO 50. I'm not really addicted to like Elattra. Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I'll get into that, I guess. If it's the best pile, there might be a couple I'd mess with, but we'll see. I've contextualized why some of these are barely there, or if they're really supposed to be locked in, but I'll organize my best here in a minute. Yeah, and I mean, I totally get that. I don't completely disagree, but I also do think it's just a solid ass game. And some of it's just up paced, and I think it definitely could push it to another level, but I'll pass Endless Ocean. Alex, Imposter Faggot, Ninjas, Limpo, Get a Game. I'm pretty generous with the good games category, so I don't think I need to really look. Return to Grace is like a maybe, right? There's some that are kind of whatever, but it's more, do I think some of these deserve to be in there? Yeah, there's that too, where I feel like after 13 hours, I was like, I feel like every other time I'm going to win, it's not going to feel that different. And I feel like that's just kind of a limitation of like truly how wild the combos are and stuff. It's like, you know, you're always going to need like a multiplier times multiplier thing. Right? There's like certain. I still think it's very creative, and you can do a lot of wild deck stuff, but I don't think like the inherent mechanics of it can only let you take it so far. Like within that, it's not too bad. There's a lot of cool stuff, but you're not going to do anything like super off the wall. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's why they give you more decks and challenges. If you want to go through endless, yeah, you're gonna probably want like a specific thing, but I think it helps they like tailor challenges. So, I made all of these are all now mediocre. Anything that's not farther, everything is not in the worst pile. It's mediocre. So, any of these better than mediocre? That doesn't mean they're like shit. like I said, this year there was definitely some where I'm like, okay, these are on the low end of like mediocre, like Duranko, Wonko, but it's like it's not really that bad. Like Blue World's almost good, but it's like, I think maybe next year I'll make like another, like just meh category. Because honestly, I don't want somebody to like dive into playing Haunty because they think it's good as Stellar Blade or something. I mean, I don't like either super well, but I'd probably recommend ED Streamer Overload before Haunty or Hellblade, but they're both essentially in the same category. Yeah. And the Thousand Year Door remake being in here is because what I think of the remake, not the game itself isn't awesome. Honestly, I feel like it's probably fine. I really don't think I had a few that were weird that maybe could have been good or maybe it shouldn't be in the best, but I was gonna come back to them later. I'm not feeling too different about it. I think maybe some of these could have been worse. I'm a little too generous, or that I should have made a new category to get more out of the mediocre pile. But I don't want this to be like hyper granular. I mean, I guess I don't mind, but overdo it. I almost feel like MEO should be in worst. This was one for sure where I'm like, it's very close to being worst. Well, there's a lot of, like I said, I've been a little too generous. There's a lot of dog shit this year. All right. You make a good point. Look, it was shit. Yeah. I was suffering. It's kind of like Tales from Toyotoki. Yeah, I think I've kind of forgot some of the suffering on some of these this year. I'm giving them a little bit too much credit. Tales from Toyotoki at least had some moments. There really wasn't anything in Emiya. See, this is the thing. I need like Kira said, like an UG category. Like when I compare the level of disdain I have for Emio or something to like a short message or like Warrior Within, it's not even close, right? Like Emio's like borderline worse, but like more like a Jesus, right? That kind of game, right? So it's like I don't know if I just need to put all those together or make another category at some point. Truly. Because of wisdom, this would be a game. Indica is almost worse. I almost feel like I should put in worse. I suffered through some of Tomb Raider 2 and 3, but there's things I fondly think back on, but enough to just be like, it's kind of more than just like worst, like the shittiest thing, you know. They're pretty rough though. Yeah, I don't want to spend much more time on this, but I tell you right now, if for some reason somebody's watching a VOD or something down the line, I don't know why you are, but thank you. Um, there's a lot of stuff on here I would have put a little lower. I hope the context on why has shown through. Okay. Okay, that's about right. Let's see. So, what were the best games I personally played this year? Actually, let's see the worst game here. Yeah, this is pretty generous to have the worst be only like 16 games, and some of these are very contentious. Yeah. Abyss of the Sacrifice, of course. That makes sense. Automaton Long, of course. Deathmark 2, of course. Dragon's Dogma 2 is kind of a context one. The potential, the blueprint they had, they really fucked it up. very disappointing game. I just kind of wanted to be done with it, but not bad in the same way. Like, Sound of Drop is bad, right? MEO, yeah. I mean, I did have a lot of fun with that. That's fair. Dawn Trail. I mean, I love FF14, but Dawn Trail is a truly shit expansion, and chiefly because it's a bad story in a game where it relies heavily on the story. Infinity Nikki, I mean, the gacha, the anemic gameplay, okay. These are the hot takes, I guess. Warrior Within and Two Thrones. I just didn't like playing them. I just thought they were really fucking annoying to play, not very fun. I mean, the Edge was probably cool back then, but there wasn't much to hold on to, man. It was just kind of a pain in the ass. Message, drop on poison, the two Zeldas, in real life, sure. Sure. Like, maybe there's more that could have been added. Definitely, like, possible ones. Been a little generous. I think another code 2 would be in worst, but the first one kind of balances it out. Polar Ash I really didn't like, so that could be worst, right? Stuff like Spike Out's not really that fun. Stuff like Silver Trigger's really not that great, but I mean, it's also kind of like expensive, man. Anyways, whatever. I think it's not enough. We spent so much time talking about it. If they're not at least 90% about kind of how I feel, then whatever. I had 37 games I thought were best this year. Jesus, how much do I normally got, man? Where's my fucking... That feels like a lot. 2023. No, actually, it's less than normal. 2023 was 30, 37, yeah, 36, 37, and I played... Oh, wait. Played 160 last year. Some of these were small, but some of them this year were small. So. What about 2022? At like 23, 22 out of 160. That was a rough year. Or maybe I'm getting south. Anyways. Yeah, so best games I played this year. Alan Wake 2. Animal Well. Anonymous Code. Anonymous Code's maybe iffy, but I liked it pretty well. Watcher's a little iffy, but I liked it. Beanie's very small, but it's good at what it does. Behind the Frame for sure. Chance of Sonar, sure. Crow Country for sure. Degradia, yeah. Elden Ring, yeah. Faith, it's there for sure. Finding Paradise is there. Gravity Circuits, it's about there. This one's a little on the edge, but I liked it. Helldivers is definitely there. Bolt Hylics are definitely there. Imposter Factory, I consider it kind of just part of the package with the To the Moon games. I think truly, I'd probably take off Imposter Factory, I guess. But, what is it? Oh, thank you, son. The whole year. Oh, that might be too rough. Oh, so is this like it takes the games I thought were the shittiest, and then it kind of like ranks them based on what everybody else thinks? Like the internet thing? Or does this just explain why? Oh, really? Huh, that'd be interesting. It would think that, it'd be interesting that it would think, oh, okay. It'd be interesting to think that it would say Warrior Within. I wonder why. This game is usually not considered bad, but it's definitely popular. A gorgeous, moody indie game. If this is on the list, it must be a lover or hater title. Interesting. Read that a little bit more. What they've done here. Some of this is accurate though, but some of it's telling me it's just me, bro. Fuck you, AI. My opinions are factual, objective, and absolutely God's word and all that. But yeah, so imposter factor. I think this one's kind of barely there. I really like it. I'm gonna give it to it just for the rest of the series. I don't think it's like a big step down or anything. It's just not as impactful as Do Them and the others. It doesn't mean it's like bad. Little Gator game is kind of like maybe kind of not there, but I don't feel too bad about keeping it. It's just a nice, lighthearted, wholesome, fun little adventure. Lorelei's definitely here. Nizels is definitely here. Amori for sure. Patrick's Prayer Box for sure. Beat the Tower absolutely. Lost Crown absolutely. Separate Ways. I'm not limited because this isn't like a top 5 or something by DLC or not. If I think it's expansive enough, we'll just put it in here. Not as good as the base game, but I think Separate Ways is pretty great still. So. Other than Ada sucking kind of a bit. There's the Golden Idol for sure. Definitely Robotics Notes and Roller Drums. Satisfactory Signalis. Super Kiwi 64, yes. Link Between Worlds, yes. To the Moon, Unicorn Overlord. Y2's kind of on the edge, but it's there too. Okay. Yeah. I look back over on them. I think that's probably about right. I think those are all pretty good. Best games out of that I played that came out this year, that released it. So, how was the industry for me this year? I played, out of all the games I played, I think I played a lot of releases this year, but ones that I thought were the best. Not too bad. I don't know how the other years usually stack up on best for releases that year. Let me take a peek here. This is 2023, which is considered a pretty strong year for most people. 2022. I had like 9, a little lighter there. 2021. And this year I maybe played a few less just because I played some longer stuff. So, one had like 15. So, I mean, not too different. I think 2022 was a low point. I would definitely say this is more than, not really that much more than usual, really. It's about on money. We're on the curve. My grading curve of best releases, I guess. That released this year. So how many of these were big AAAs? Animal Wells indie, Belatros indie, Kirk Country's indie, Elden Ring, mainstream. I wouldn't say it's like your typical AAA. Helldivers, indie company. Warlie, indie. Nine Souls, indie. Prince of Persia would not be indie, but it is definitely a indie kind of endeavor from Ubisoft. Yeah, it is a budget, smaller game. Rise of the Golden Idol, indie, Satisfactory indie, 50 indie, Unicorn Overlord. Not indie, but they're a small studio in Japan, so actually almost no big AAA releases here. I would say the closest thing would be Helldivers and Elden Ring, and those clearly stray a bit from the norm. So interesting. There were some big releases in the past couple years, like stuff like Baldur's Gate stuff that were definitely in there. I think overall this year, we've talked about it already a bit. This is a shit year for AAA. If you're a big AAA person, you like your graphics, you like your budgets, you like your marketing and all that. There's some great stuff that can come out of there. This year, though, I feel like it's been pretty shit. I think it's been a lot of flops this year. Your Concords, a lot of live service Gold Rush failures. Your X Defiance, your mediocre kind of legacy releases like Dragon Age, all that kind of stuff. The level of layoffs. Not been a great year for AAA. There's not been a lot of big releases. I think the time it takes to make these, the amount of people still doing them, the quality level, your Star Wars Outlaws are not doing good. Ubisoft's almost dead. They're trying to make deals to get bought and stuff. Tencent not working out quite right. Big delays on some of those things too, like with Assassin's Creed. Yeah, not a great year for AAA. I still think a great year for indies and stuff. I didn't even get to play through everything I wanted to by any means. Stuff like I Am the Beast and 1,000 Times Resist and Tactical Breach Wizards. There's a bunch. There's a shitload of other indies. There's always is. But good year for indies. I think some of these will be kind of long timers for sure. That people will talk about in the future. I definitely don't think these are just all flavor or anything. Definitely not the kind. I mean, if I put in my best, I'm going to obviously talk about them again in the future. But yeah, so interesting year for AAA. I think Xbox is kind of leaving the console scene, turning into a super publisher. There's definitely a few things I guess I missed. I think I heard Black Ops 6 pretty good. So there's a few things I missed, but I think the live service Gold Rush failing, some catastrophic failures, Concord, all that kind of thing. These companies like Sony trying to pivot to kind of survive in a scene where consoles are disappearing and the AAA prestige game that needs to sell bazillions of copies to make back a $400 million budget aren't working quite as good. I mean, I don't think it's a dead thing. There's obviously stuff like GTA 6, which would be, even if there was a huge death of AAA, would be always still just fine. That kind of stuff will still exist, but I think this year's kind of marked a sign that maybe more maybe the low risk, big budget stuff is maybe on the way out, or at least needs to change drastically. Whether they can still get their short-term profits thereafter with just stock live service strategies, I don't know. Maybe they'll pull more from gacha, more sex appeal, even more ingrained addiction mechanics and stuff, predatory game design. We'll see. Thing is, there's a million of those that come out a fucking day, and most of them fail. Live service is just something that they want you to play a lot of all the time, and you only have so much time on this fucking earth, let alone in the day. So they don't really, you can't really have like a million of them, right? I mean, you'll get some people who'll play like 4 or 5 gotchas, but it's generally not too common. And then let alone on live service and stuff. The kind of people they want spending, they aren't just hyper rich, are people who are chiefly going to be playing their games. So, I think like your Fortnites and all that, obviously, are still super successful, but I don't think that's a common story, and I really don't see every company being able to just chase these trends forever and it not finally start to kind of taper off. AI this year definitely in games has not really done anything. I think people are really worried that was going to instantly do some crazy shit, and it's not that it won't have an effect, but I think that was another rush to see if they could make that work. Maybe we'll see more signs of it later, but I think the general maybe reception on that and how it could slot into mediums that are based more on human emotion and art and all that might not be so simple as probably some suits would like to believe. It'll be interesting to see where it goes, though. I don't think it's a wholly bad thing or anything, but it's still very, very earlier than I think some people thought. A lot of money going into it, especially like with your NVIDIA stuff. We haven't seen too much of it yet. I mean, you are getting like Steam putting more restrictions on like flagging AI, and you're seeing smaller games like have like AI voice acting and assets and stuff like that. In terms of like full acceptance and honestly like positive feedback on it, I feel like we haven't seen it as much this year about that. In terms of video games and stuff. Yeah, so I think this is the most layoffs in the industry ever this year. So a lot of and I mean, who knows? I don't know if it just grew really quickly during COVID and all that. I don't know if it's a rampant infinite profit machine. I don't know exactly if it's just kind of the slow trickle and kind of declining of like some of the larger game companies and styles of games. If we're looking to move into more of some kind of fucking renaissance of creativity, I think you're already kind of there with indies. I think that just needs to be more and more of a popular thing. So, who knows? Just shooting the shit. But yeah, cool year for indies. Good year for the stream. It always is. I think the eyes are next year going to be on obviously Nintendo's new console, where Sony decides to go if they've got any big things coming out. They really didn't have too much this year. That wasn't a massive failure except Helldivers. If Microsoft is, they've got a bunch of smaller games from Obsidian coming out. If they can kind of turn those into big success stories, if they're going to keep milking COD, how they're going to play with Game Pass more price wise, and they're going to add more from their backlog finally to it. Now that they have Blizzard for a bit longer and stuff. Curious how the live service push is going to keep going. I don't see any more like COD copies. I think X Defiance Death was probably the death knell of that for a while. I don't know why everybody keeps trying to do it. It's kind of on its island at this point. We'll see if any of the big boy live service kind of die out at any bit. I feel like Fortnite's too big to fail, and they're putting out like CS:GO modes, and they've got all their like Lego stuff and racing games in there. They're essentially making it like its own platform for games to keep it afloat. Not afloat, keep it thriving. It's way more than afloat. Don't know how Roblox is doing and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. I think Nintendo's going to be the one to be looking at a lot next year if you're just like really into games. Is there a Fortnite VN? Probably is. I think the most Fortnite I'd ever thought about doing was the Lego stuff. That was a while ago. I gotta get the alien and then start twerking on people. Yeah, so I'm curious if we're gonna see a doubling down on live service. I gotta imagine Sony's looking to not. Or if everybody's just gonna keep pulling that fucking that lottery, the slots and see if anything ever happens. Marathon would maybe be coming next year. That's not had really good behind the scenes reception, apparently, from a lot of big Tarkov players and stuff. Destiny's pretty much GG'd. There was a mobile Destiny game that came out not that long ago, but I think for the most part, Destiny's supposed to be in like kind of like a small micro update stasis kind of thing. Bungie's getting fully absorbed, it seems like. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Venom game next year. I don't remember if in the leaks that was on the list. I don't know. I mean, do you guys think we'll see Intergalactic next year? Do you think that's like a 2-3 year out announcement? Slorpin. So Sony's usually not put more than 1 or 2 games out a year, but we'll see on them. Like I said, Xbox has a bunch of shit early, but I don't really know what they've got coming later. I don't think they've announced a whole lot. Wouldn't be surprised since they did announce Gears if maybe we start seeing that. I'm not really too pumped for new Gears, but yeah, I'm thinking more 2026. I'm curious to see what Naughty Dog's going to be up to there. The different IP, but we'll see. I would like to think we'd see what's coming out of Santa Monica, the God of War people, maybe announcements. There's a few other little things at the Game Awards maybe we'll see a bit of. I'm looking forward to the It Takes Two people's next game. Stuff like that. Honestly, not kept up with like every little thing coming next year. We don't know a lot of it. Obviously, like Monster Hunter, I'm excited for and stuff. But yeah, we'll see how all that works and runs and shit. But it's always a good year for indies, so there should be a lot of cool stuff there. Maybe we'll finally see Silk Song. Maybe we'll see Earthblade. Mina the Hollower and all that. Maybe that's gonna, those are some big indie devs, right? The Shovel Knight, Yacht Club people, the Celeste people, Team Cherry, like those would be some big boy releases. So, oh yeah, they're probably working on Hi-Fi Rush too. Huh? I don't know what Microsoft was thinking there. You think you'd want to like keep, especially with Game Pass, like these cheaper devs who crank out like more critically well received stuff. I mean, I guess that they weren't really releasing good stuff outside of that. I mean, what does Tango really put out that's super great except Hi-Fi Rush? And even then, I mean, maybe Evil Within. But I mean, I don't agree at all. I don't know why after they just released their best thing, they would just shutter it. Hopefully, there was a NetEase who picked them up, some Korean dev publisher. Hopefully they let them thrive. We'll see. Good for them. I wonder if everybody still got back. I mean, you gotta imagine some people moved on. But yeah, I guess the new Elden Ring comes out this year. That looks really questionable. And I can't help but look at it as a cash grab. But they've said it's like so some of their talent can get some practice. They want to try something different. It looks like a money grab. I thought Ghostwire was supposed to be really mediocre. I don't know. It was enough that I decided to not do it. But maybe I misread it a bit. I've gone back to look at it a few times now. I heard it was super boring. That it had a really nice Tokyo, but I thought it's pretty dull. Don't know. Maybe it's more cult classic. Maybe people nowadays just really like it. I don't think it's supposed to be shit, but I don't know if it's the kind of hit that like Microsoft would for sure be like, you got to be here for this. We might see Fable this year. I can't say I'm too excited about that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like your tectonic huge announcements would probably be out of like Nintendo. They had a pretty bad year this year in terms of releases. Not much, mostly remasters and remakes. Their new shit was kind of mediocre to bad, like Brothership and Echoes of Wisdom and shit. You can tell that it was probably they delayed the Switch 2. It feels like they're life supporting right now. So it'll be interesting to see what they've been holding on to for Switch 2, which I mean, you go off of rumors. It's supposed to be mid-year release with a first couple months announcement, maybe. They said themselves they would announce it before like March, but I mean, game companies are lying and it's just like breathing. So we're just being wrong and having to change shit. So. I think 3D Mario's likely, or like I said, Mario Kart. Obviously, the new shitty Pokemon will be on there. All that kind of stuff. So I think Nintendo will probably be a big highlight next year. But there's a lot of stuff coming. There always is a bit. As far as trends go, like I said, I'm really curious to see how Sony keeps handling live service. If Microsoft keeps just kind of like going for more like this wonky publisher thing and buying more shit. There's more consolidation of the industry. How the layoffs are looking. I know it's not looking great for a lot of people from the little I've listened and read about people gathering opinions. We will see. Yeah, they did. That's what I mean, the new one. Have they announced the release date for that? I just assume it'll be on the Switch too at the same time. Or is that supposed to be like a February thing? Everything coming out in February. Yeah, probably coming out then with the Switch too. Maybe not release. Maybe it would be, I don't know. But yeah, so solid year as usual this year for indies and stuff. Definitely an odd one for trends. Like I said, the death of some console people, the movement into more and more live service gold rushing, more and more large big hits to stuff like China and like massive gotcha hits. Hits in the sense of money and shit, like amount of people playing them. Um, yeah, we'll see. Critical reception of like mid-budget stuff from Sony being like like Astrobot being well received. I'm curious if anybody's gonna catch on that and try to start pushing that angle, or if that's just gonna be a drop in the pan and just go back to business as usual. How many layoffs we're gonna be having? I'm curious if companies like BioWare are still gonna be around in a couple years. I know they're working on Mass Effect, but I don't know how the sales and the general reception. I mean, the general reception was just lukewarm, but how the sales and everything are for some of these games to see if some of these studios will still be around. So. Yeah, we'll see. I think there's a lot of big kind of indie devs who've been cranking on games for a while that could be coming out this year. Always your Silksong and stuff possibilities. It feels like it's more of a year to shape up to be big for indies and maybe Nintendo than anybody else. But maybe Avowed's going to be great. Maybe the Outer Worlds 2 is going to be great. Unlikely, but maybe Fable's going to kick ass. So maybe Xbox will be a bit more on the tongue more. I mean, I guess Indiana Jones was good and Black Ops 6 was good. So they've been releasing just a lot of whatever for a while since they've been doing all these acquisitions and for eons now. So wonder if any of that's going to bear fruit in terms of like quality games. I mean, they make money. They make more money, obviously, this quarter than ever. Yeah. We'll see, guys. Anyways, I appreciate you watching this year. Appreciate watching every year. Always a pleasure to chat with everyone. It's always a lot of fun. I like doing it. like game, like talking to you guys about shit. It's good times. Yeah, it's a couple hours into the next year, but it's kind of signing off last year for me. So I appreciate you folks. I'll probably be back in a few minutes to start up something. Thanks. Yeah, it's just something for fun. I just like shooting the shit, and I think the big hope is that people maybe put some eyes on some stuff maybe people didn't play, and you get maybe some recommendations. And I really like just talking about games and stuff. So yeah, it's fun. Maybe next time try to set up maybe even more production value and maybe some prompts and discussion shit ahead of time. I kind of just mention it a few times over the weeks leading up to it. Just kind of start and just roll out. So I think doing it over 3 days was nice. I'm kind of ready to be done with it now, but I used to do it all in one day. And it would be like a 20-hour stream. Then I did 2 days, and this year I did 3 days. And nice having it be like 6-7 hours, and then I play something on the side. It's good for the voice. Usually the only time of year my voice is dead is after these. So. Will 2 who be this year? Find out. Anyways, guys, I'll be back. I think we're gonna start up the Cuphead DLC. Although I guess I'm not in a rush to get through it. I also don't remember how many upgrades you get in Cuphead. So if I just start the DLC, if I'll be fucked. I don't know if I'm gonna go through the base game again. It would add like a solid 6-7 hours onto it. But I did have it in the mail, so probably no UFO 50. Unless I just decide to do UFO 50 instead. But tomorrow, and I guess in this next month, I'm not gonna make it like this big fancy official event. Although we haven't had an event that wasn't a series playthrough in a while. I think Armored Core the last one we did. But this will be the Gifted Games month. I'm just gonna play Gifted Games, and once it starts getting a little too busy, or I feel like we've done a good bit. We got some other stuff to play. We'll come back and do more in the future. I'm gonna try to play one thing from each person that's gifted me something if I can. And then we'll try to get some more after that, but don't want to overextend a bit. I think there's a lot of great stuff. I'm really looking forward to it. But some of these are pretty long. So we'll be sliding in UFO 50 in there. I might even do a little Helldivers and shit. That's kind of what I mean. Like, it's not like a hard event. That's gonna be like no matter what, gifted. But let me go ahead and actually check the GameFly. There's really not much coming out until February, so and really a little bit into February. Fuckers on here. So that's when we'll start kicking it back up. There's some stuff like Potionomics I could do this month. There are some GameFly things. Jesus, I hope GameFly survives the year, man. I don't think I'm gonna do Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's probably great, but I don't feel like going through the first one right now. Gifted Games Year, well, with Sins gifts, it could be, but ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. Try to get the highlights as best I can as we go. Oh, Split Fictions in fucking March? Really? Oh shit, damn. They just announced that. Oh, yeah. Oh, problem is it's a co-op game. Yeah, Sunless would take too long to do it all like in 1 month. Actually I can't do Split Fiction. I hope it's on Game Pass. It's co-op. I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, can you solo co-op? Even play those games? Yeah. I asked Rydlos if he wanted me to do Sunless or Grimrock. We're doing Grimrock first. So I should probably make a list and let people know. I figure how I'm just gonna do it is when I start getting ready to play somebody's game, I'm just gonna shoot them a little message, like, hey, I really appreciate you. I'm gonna start playing that game you sent, forward to, all that kind of stuff. If you really wanted to watch it, I could set up a schedule. Otherwise, we're just gonna kind of rock it, and that's probably gonna be kind of the idea. I'm not gonna like make a schedule for the whole month. I am gonna start with Grim Dawn. Sin sent a lot of games. We're gonna start with one of his, because if we do another one of his, it'll be near the the next wave. I really appreciate you guys though. It does mean a lot. I've always been looking forward to getting to these really quick. I always try to just kind of keep up with releases and stuff. And this last year I was going to do it, but the Steam share kind of was changing, so we actually spent a good month blasting through a certain someone and other people's stuff. An ungrateful swine of a man, but it was a good time. And that kind of ate up that. It's massive, yeah, for sure, and I don't doubt it. So. Some of the stuff we'll be looking at is, yeah, let me double check here. Ask Libra, Harlequin in the chat. I'm real excited for that one. Grim Dawn, I'm excited for. We'll be doing the expansions too. Gonna be doing. I just was gifted it. I always forget the name. I'll probably do Book of Hours. I haven't played Cultist Simulator. For games that have something before it or their spiritual successors, I feel like I've been playing some of the like I don't want to like play like 5 games beforehand. So like we'll probably just do Book of Hours. Maybe go back. American Truck Simulator when I do that trucking thing finally. I got to get my whole outfit on. Other sin one would be Milk Inside a Bag of Milk. That's short. Might do Muse Dash, Neon White. We can get to it. Maybe Opus Magnum, Prodigal. That was just gifted. Gonna do that. Synthetic. There's a lot of sin ones in here. A little bit more UFO 50. Maybe if Ripper wants, we could do Blacklist Co-op or something. Grimrock. Maybe some of these are going to be later on, but Rune Factory 4 possibly. Rain World is another Harlequin one. I'm not crazy, right? Yeah, I'm almost 99% sure you gifted that one. Yep. So there's a lot of really good stuff, honestly, in there, and it's going to be way more than just that, possibly. It just kind of that's a lot to start with, right? Grim Dawn's already probably going to take like a fucking week. I don't know. I want to say Fasto played it. Let me actually check my Steam list here. Although, I mean, Fasto might be playing it somewhere else. I want to say there's a couple people, but I don't think it's like ultra played in here. 12-month subscription a while, yeah. Can't be compulsed now that I'm doing a month, right? Just we're just taking it easy. Klitsu owns it. Makai owns it. Yeah, no, I know it's good. I've been hearing great stuff about it. It's pretty much like a one-man project too, right? This game has a lot of reviews. Awesome. The 1 year, yeah. That would be the outside the rule, I guess. There, I'd have to make a rule. Right. Yeah, I always thought about that. Like, if I ever made like a redeem on the stream for like, I'll play a game you ask for, and then it's like somebody comes in here and they're like, play a fucking 10,000 hour RPG or like FF11 or something. It's like you kind of have to just like be ready for it. You can't really do that in like a few days. Top one for me besides Outer Wilds. Oh, awesome! Yeah, I'm really excited for it. There's a lot of really cool stuff coming out. So could be cool. I I think this is gifted. I'll put this in the gifted pile, but honestly, this might be like one of the oldest gifts. Like, long live the queen. I think Kiat just gifted me that out of nowhere. 10 years ago. We'll put that in there, but I don't think that'll be played probably. Maybe down the line, but there's a lot. Anyways, folks, I will catch you, alright? In a few. I'll probably be back. Either with Grim Dawn, I'll just get it started, or with the Cuphead. Cause really, I only need to do the Cuphead DLC. Not need to, but I mean, send it back within like a month and a half. So I'm gonna look into if there's like upgrades in Cuphead. I don't remember. Maybe I'll boot up my old version. I just didn't want to buy the DLC on Steam. I just rented the complete edition. I think you could just jump right in pretty quickly. So if I don't have any power ups, even though it'll probably be kind of hard, I'll just go for Grid. Anyways, guys, I will catch you. Thank you very much again for watching this or last year.